Welcome, everybody. Welcome to episode 4 of Murder of the King. As per usual, there's some housekeeping rules before we get started. What?
I literally made you a graphic for this exact reason.
I'm aware, and I forgot to grab the graphic and put it in here, so stop yelling at me, Drow. Just some homebrew rules. I roll the death saves, just makes things more intense and lets the characters not metagame that they know somebody's about to fail their last death save. We have an extreme action rule. If RP allows, the characters can perform an extreme action that will gain them 1 level of exhaustion. An example of this we've used before is somebody running 4 times their speed. Based on the base rules, that's technically impossible, but with the extreme action rule we use, they can do it. Health potions, they're allowed to use health potions as a bonus action. That's the only potion they can use as a bonus action. Everything else is an action. They can also administer a health potion to a downed character as an action, as a way of healing them, a la healing spell. We stopped letting them throw potions from a distance because it was pretty broken. And the last thing, as I switch over to the main scene, is happy birthday to Decaball. We're not going to sing. Not yet.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. My ears appreciate that.
Yeah, you don't
we
want me
must all
saying.
sing
It'll
as
be...
Yip, though.
No.
No.
No. Hell no. I feel like you pass out trying with that voice. So, last we left, or last time on Murder of the King, the party, Vandal explained his big creepy-ass basement room covered in blood with arcane runes and everything.
Animal blood.
And, which turned out to be animal blood.
He just dreams a lot.
Yeah, he dreams very vividly and is teaching himself magic in the dream. Or somebody's teaching him magic in the dream, let's put it that way. That's how it's actually going on. And he's like, alright, let's go. Let's go to the hag's place because that bitch stole my book. And everybody's like, how do you know this? Are you sure? And he's like, I know. And so they travel through the woods. Along the way, they come across a battle site from probably 7-ish years ago. Everybody there is dead. They sort of investigated a little bit, and the only Dre that's left alive actually comes back to life as a wight. They fight it, they kill it. Mirage, or Krex, depending upon the moment, takes some of the remaining gold coins from the chest that's broken open there. They continue on. They get ambushed by some wargs along the way to the hag's house. The wargs were more OP than probably anybody thought they would be.
Yes, sir.
Did some damage, but they fought them off. Eventually they get to the hag's house, and this is when it turns into like a Resident Evil game with most of them wanting to be like, no one's going near this place. Except for Vandal, who after a few moments of letting the rogues kind of sneak around, he goes, fuck this, and just knocks on the door. Little old lady answers, invites him inside. Talia went inside. No, Talia was like, no, that bitch is creepy, I'm not going inside. Mara went inside. Vandal went inside, Wren went inside, and Tempest went inside. Oh yeah, by the way, Tempest showed up randomly in the morning when they all got out of the house, and just said she found them because she followed the humming. Which, of course, Talia was like, creepy lady followed the singing.
I don't think we ever brought that to a resolution. We just
Everybody just kind of papered over it, and you moved on. You were like, okay, creepy lady.
Hey, it's just one, we gotta do one creepy character at a time.
Exactly, right?
I do not paper over that.
So, Tempest went inside. Vandal just goes straight into it. The hag's trying to be nice, offers some tea, some food. Excuse me, the old lady. At this point, they don't know it's a hag. Vandal does. And he's just like, fuck you, where's my book? So she takes him into the basement.
And we're like 100% sure it's not a trap.
Yeah. Wren and Vandal follow her into this room where Vandal's book is laying on the table. And Tempest? Yeah, Tempest also goes in the room. Mara stayed upstairs or at the base?
No, I followed
stairs?
them down to the stairs and I stayed at the stairs.
Right, stayed at the bottom of the stairs. Hag pulls a lever, traps Vandal, Wren, and Tempest in the room, and Hag dips out through another door, which basically gets barred behind her. So, then some human thralls basically come out. Vandal gives no fucks. He splatters a bunch of them. He and Wren try to break the one door down, and Tempest turns her attention to the door they came through, which has a portcullis blocking it. That was part of the trap. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yip infiltrates the bedroom, finds the hag's diary that basically says, I sense this magic, I stole this motherfucker's book, there's some crazy magic in this book. He also takes a ceremonial dagger out of her wardrobe.
Which won't come back to stab him at all.
And then basically Yip begins his plot to burn the house down because fuck this creepy bitch. Meanwhile, Talia finds some run-of-the-mill herbs, but also some mandrake and some nightshade growing in her garden.
I take a little.
She took some samples of all of it. Mirage breaks into the house, or goes into the house through the other window, or through the bedroom. I can't remember if he went
He
through the
followed Yip.
Same way.
He
Right,
followed
he
Yip
ended up
and
following
was
you back
passing
in.
messages between Yip and...
Yeah, and he was passing matches back and forth. Eventually, he winds up inside right as the hag busts back up on the main floor, and he winds up in a fight with her. Yip, meanwhile, is executing his plot to burn the whole place to the ground because fuck it.
And then there's no hope of saving the people downstairs.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, long story short, they get through the whole fight with the hag. Eventually, everybody gets out, and then the hag gets out barely alive, and the party just murks her mercilessly. Like, fuck you. Dead. Also, the house burns down, collapses, killing the remaining human thralls that were under her spell. Presumably, because they were in the basement still.
They weren't exactly human anymore.
Yeah. From there, Vandal basically collapses from exertion. Mirage, who's been getting beat up the whole day, carries Vandal to the town. You guys get there, get him to a cleric, some healing is done. Vandal sort of wakes up at this point. You guys go to the inn because you're just, everybody's dog tired, everybody's out of spells. And once you're in the inn, a group of 20 thugs basically gets up, and they proceed to mercilessly beat Vandal, Mirage, and Tempest until they're all unconscious because they have a contract for all three of them. Although they keep calling Vandal Victor, and everybody's like, "You've got the wrong guy," and they're like, "No, this is Victor." They kidnap the three of them. They run and they dip out of town. Wren manages to get onto their wagon as a cat and stays there for as long as he can, which is about an hour, till he basically has no choice but to reveal himself. Thunderclaps knocks a bunch of them off, kills a few of them, and effectively just like retreats after he's found out that they're headed to Crimport with the three of them. And the last scene was basically Tempest waking up in a prison cell being interrogated by a guy for a banknote that she claims she knows nothing about. So, we're going to pick up with Wren on the road immediately after retreating
All right.
from the wagon.
On the road again?
I think I had one more animal shift for the day.
I thought you changed into a spider. You did the wolf, the cat, and then you changed into a spider.
Yes,
Yeah,
you change into spider to get away. That's how you get away.
Yeah, you're right. That's how I got away, because they had literally like
Surrounded
me.
Yep.
And after they got well out of the way, because they just kept going, I obviously transformed back because I moved too slow as a spider, and I start walking the road back.
Right.
I know I went by cart for an hour, so it'll probably take quite some time to get back.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you want me to roll survival. I would just kind of be careful on the road, being that there's rogues everywhere.
Yeah, you can roll a survival check.
All right.
It's really useful. I have my right-hand screen upside down. I just noticed it.
23.
23. Okay. So you're able to basically, with a 23, you're able to sort of be hyper aware of your surroundings. So, you're picking up little things like birds flying in the sky. I mean, damn near fucking grasshoppers. All sorts of tracks. So you travel and you don't see any danger. There's nothing that's indicating that the road's dangerous at this point. Now that those guys are headed northeast behind you.
Okay.
As you're coming down the road, to basically where this offshoot trail, okay, it is up there. Good. I just want to make sure I have the right map up. Offshoot trail If you look at your regional map, it's like a dotted line that comes east out of the
Oh, yeah.
Ravenwood. As you're coming upon that, you see a merchant just kind of pulled over to the side of the road, and he smiles at you. Hey, friend.
Good day.
It's pretty rare to see somebody traveling this road up past Darford.
Oh, why is that?
Just most people don't do it.
And here you are.
Well, I have business north of here, at the Goliath's Hammer Inn, and then onward towards Crimport.
Crimport, you say? Can you tell me anything about this town?
Well, if you're planning on heading there, I'd watch your back, if you know what I mean.
So I've heard.
Whole town's run by the Crimson Shadow, and as long as you stay on their good side, you'll be fine. But there are other groups that operate out of that town that try to get away with what they can with what the Shadow allows.
The Crimson Shadow. What do you think of them?
Yeah, they're pretty reputable. They're no worse than any other government or organization anywhere around. They take their feed and use their port, but it's one of the freer ports on this this part of the continent.
So good for traders.
Aye.
I
It's also one of the only two ports on this side of the continent.
I understand. What are you selling?
All sorts of goods, and he kind of shows you he's got like rugs. He's transporting some grain,
Okay.
some weapons, things like that. He's just got a bevy of
Is
stuff.
he just
that
walking? He doesn't have a cart?
He's got a cart, yeah.
He's got a cart.
His cart's pulled over to the side. He's letting his horses graze.
Horses?
Yeah.
Sir. I know it is unorthodox, but I could use a horse to get back to town. My friends are in danger. I have to warn them. I could pay you gold.
Well, I suppose I could spare a horse to make my trip a little slower, but
I'll make it worth your time. Name your price.
I figure it's going to delay me about probably a day or two because I'll have to stop, let that horse eat and water. And they have to pick up another one at the Goliath's Inn if they got it. Let's say 10, 15 gold if you got it.
Say 12.
Fair enough. I'll take that.
So he gives him the 12 gold, and as he's kind of rummaging through his sack, he realizes he's got this dragon scale. Well, he has a scale. He's not sure what it is.
Okay.
He pulls it out. Never seen anything like this.
He looks at it. Nah.
I like to ask around. Some people know things.
Well, if you're going to be in Crimport, there are some people who know. There's a fence works for the Crimson Shadows. If you, well, my cousin tells me he's the fence, but he runs their general goods store. If you go in there and introduce yourself, he might be able to source somebody who can tell you what that is. He may even know himself.
Thank you for the knowledge.
Name's Gendry, by the way. He
Gendry.
extends his hand.
I'm Wren.
Nice to meet you.
Well met.
Well, maybe we'll meet up in Crimport, and hopefully your friends are alright.
One more thing. What is the safest way to Crimport?
Well, keep to this road here to the north. If you need to stop along the way, the Goliath's Hammer Inn is a good place. It's basically the last place between here and Crimport going that direction.
Noted. I thank you. And I get on the horse. You want animal handling?
Yeah.
Not very good.
Okay.
9.
9. Alright, I mean, you're a druid. Roll with advantage.
Good. That's a 13.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to ride the horse. Like, you're not going to be able to gallop him at a full pace like you probably like to, but and he's not going to throw you off. You can get him moving pretty quick.
Okay.
So.
Speed up my travels.
Yeah.
And, you know, wave goodbye to him, straight back.
Okay. So at this point, like I said, you're not far from that eastern trail, so you turn off the road and go back through the hills, kind of, where you were originally bumbling through there on the back of the wagon.
Okay.
And eventually you may make your way back into town. But before you get there, while he's gone, what are the three of you doing?
So, kind of last where we left off, we had the 3 prisoners that we had captured in the brawl.
Two prisoners.
Well, yeah, 3 then became 2.
No, it was
No, it was
two.
two,
We
it
have
became
two?
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, the 2 prisoners.
Yeah.
One was killed, and then, not saying how it happened, you know, people lose their heads sometimes. But we got some information from the bandit that our friends were taken by both the coin pinchers and the Crimson Shadow to Crimport, and that kind of seemed to be all they know. Like mostly, they seem to be kind of low-level thugs.
Yep.
Well, I have a sword that I have to clean.
So the cleric of Tyr
I'm sorry, I have a scythe that I have to clean.
basically walks in right after the guy's been beheaded. And he's just like, what happened here? No, none of the people in the bar are all too shocked to speak.
That poor kid.
Those that are remaining, yeah, there's the kid like with his family like cowering in the corner under a table.
Yep.
It was his birthday.
Worst birthday
The
ever.
innkeep and the barkeeper nowhere to be seen. And everybody else basically ran out through the kitchen. So he comes into the room and there's basically sort of grease by the door and oil that he carefully makes his way through.
Oh, I think it was gonna slip.
There is kind of blood all over the place from, it's non-lethal damage, but they did beat the ever-loving shit out of Vandal, Mirage, and Tempest. And some of them took pretty nasty wounds. Like there's one dead guy by the door,
Yeah.
who had his Achilles cut out and then got trampled on with the rest of them on their way out. And then there's obviously the beheaded one over by the fireplace, along with the other one who's like shell-shocked, just kind of.
So to be clear, so I don't have, none of the earlier confusion of rolling deception. In her mind, she's not lying.
Right.
When she's going to answer. Those in my care were attacked and taken from us by this organization.
He just looks over at the body and the other guy.
How is it that they were here?
This town is another major stopping point along the way. They came in as travelers, humble merchants. They had the wagon, they had their goods that they sold to the general store. They claim they came from the north. Where did they say that they came from? Artheon's Rest, I believe? Somewhere north of here. Well within the border of the Dragornian Empire. We are merely within its edge, allowed to live independently.
Just as out of character, just as a reminder to myself, because brain, not so good.
Yeah.
They actually told us that they were being taken to Crimport, correct?
Yeah.
The 2 that we captured.
Yes.
Because as soon as she
Soon
beheaded,
as she beheaded
the one,
him, he said
the
they're
other
going.
one sang
they're-
like a canary.
They're going to Crimport. We work for the coin pinchers. We have no idea why any of them are wanted. We
Okay.
just got the contract.
So we know. Okay, so that we know that. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. Continue.
We don't inspect every person that comes into the town, but I must ask the man who's lost his head. Was it before or after you tied him up?
I wipe my scythe on my leg and sheath it.
They're not from Archeon's Rest. They're from Crimport.
How do you know this?
That one told us.
You guys just. You won't make eye contact with Mara specifically. Like,
No, I set him free. I cut his bounds and
Did
then
you?
told him to run.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
I told him to think better of his life and run.
That's right. You did.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, that was like the last. One
Okay.
of the last things that happened.
The other one told us.
Okay. So there's just a body. Never mind.
And then Yip pipes up like,
Yeah, we just want to
And, sometimes things happen.
He just kind of rubs his temple. This is not Tyr's justice. It does not matter that your friends were taken. It does matter that your friends were taken, but it doesn't matter. Beheading a man to get information is just...
How many men, women, or children do you think they are responsible for killing?
I don't know, but neither do you.
How many lives cut short because of their greed?
You have no way of quantifying that, or even knowing how involved that particular man was compared to those of his compatriots. For all you know, these men are simpler smugglers.
How many lives ruined?
You can justify it to yourself all you want, but I doubt that Demorial would approve of this. Tyr certainly would not.
Well, then it is a very good thing that Tyr is not my god.
The cleric has a point, Mario.
All I can merely ask of you is that you clean this up and give this man the burial he needs. Beyond that, the services of the Church of Tyr are closed off to you in this town. And he leaves.
Mara sets to work.
Eventually, the innkeeper comes back in, very meekly.
I'm gonna be in, because, like, I leave her to deal with burial and rites and all that, but I'll, like, look around, for... I rolled a 6 investigation to find a bucket and a mop.
You don't find one, but you find the innkeeper.
Okay.
Who comes back in, and he just kind of looks. Are they gone? What? I don't understand. What happened? What?
Yeah, they gone with their friends.
So they ruined my bar to get 3 of your friends. What did your friends do that they were?
As far as we know, nothing. Do you have a bucket?
He's kind of shaking. A bucket? What do you need a bucket for?
Well, I was gonna help clean up the mess.
And eventually, his barkeep comes back in and just claps his hand on his shoulder. He's like, "Calm down. Go sit." Then he looks at you. He's like, "There's a bucket over there in the corner in the kitchen, just inside the door. You have to forgive him. He was no soldier. He's really a coward, to be quite frank. I tried to get him to go after his brother when he disappeared in the woods, but he wouldn't go. Most of the people in this town are either shell-shocked from having to leave Raven's Hollow, if they survived the massacre that happened there, or came here after and they're just really not, they're not hardy people, they're not used to it, they're not soldiers.
How many came from Raven's Hollow?
Not many. Myself and a few others. Most others left, went elsewhere, some to Temervin, some even further than that. I hear that some are all the way over on the western coast in Branor or Bremen, or even far northwest of here in Wincaster.
What do you know about Crimport?
Crimport? It's a den of thieves.
Hey!
Out of character, this is the barkeep that knew Vandal.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just takes a big swig from bottle of ale. It's a den of thieves. The whole place is run by the Crimson Shadow, an organization that I wouldn't put on my bad side, but I also wouldn't consider them the worst out there. There are far worse that operate out of that city. Coin pinchers for one, a bunch of low-level, no moral thugs. No offense. He just kind of looks over at you. It's like, but worse than that, there are. He gets closer and kind of lowers his voice. There are darker entities in that city. Most people don't believe they even exist, but I've come into contact with them before. The Black Hand of Lothkar, the assassins, they operate out of that city.
would I have heard of them?
Yes, you would have. Actually, most of you would be familiar with it because it's considered in most places they're an old wives' tale. That they are basically these ultra-violent cultists that worship the dead god of murder, brutality, and violence, Lothkar, and they consider themselves his instruments. And they're an assassin's guild that is basically very secretive. Most people don't believe they exist at all, and they're used as sort of like boogeyman stories for children. In terms of being careful if you leave the town, or don't do X or somebody, then they might get you, stuff like that.
Those men that were here, that's where they took Vandal.
It wouldn't surprise me. There are a number of unscrupulous.
They were calling him Victor. Do you know a Victor?
No,
Is there anybody by that name?
I've known Vandal for probably the last 3 years, and I've never met anybody named Victor. I don't know why they were calling him that.
I've known him since childhood, and I don't know anybody named Victor.
He's certainly never presented himself in any way that I've seen as a Victor.
I mean, it wouldn't be weird if he had some other names. I mean, when I was doing jobs, I got a few names too. So could be that.
He just kind of looks at you, looks back.
Even he was surprised by the name Victor. He didn't recognize it.
I don't know. I don't know who has contracts on your friends. All I know is it makes sense that they'd be taking them all to Crimport.
Do you happen to know where we should start?
Well, if you have evidence that they're in Crimport, I've got a friend there. He's not associated with the Crimson Shadows or the Coin Pinchers. There are some decent folk who live there. Are their own choice. He's a bit of an herbalist and an alchemist. He's got a store. You can check it out. He might be able to tell you something. He tries to keep his ear to the ground on things happening in the city, because if you don't, well, it's a quick way to...
Out of character, do we already have the barkeep's name? What was his name? Anybody?
I don't think you didn't talk to the barkeep.
No, I don't
because
think
Vandal
they're-
did.
Vandal did.
Yeah.
Hey Vandal, what was his name?
Yeah, because I don't have anything written down.
The thing is, I don't know if I ever actually had the barkeep introduce himself.
Barman.
Barman. And technically, it was the innkeeper that went over and thanked him because it was the innkeeper's brother that went missing.
Because I remember somebody calling him by like talking to Vandal by name.
Yeah, that was the innkeeper.
It was the innkeeper. Okay.
Hello. Hello there, Blaze.
What is your name?
Theron Cole.
And what is the name of your friend, the herbalist?
Just call him Stone.
And what's the name of his store?
Stone's Apothecary.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Sounds like he should be a mason.
Well, you'll meet him. You'll see why he's called Stone.
Now I'm kind of
God,
concerned.
Steve Cole.
I'm a little worried.
Cool.
No, it's a sentient rock.
He's an earth elemental.
No, okay, now you just got me thinking of never-ending story.
Yeah, the rock guy.
Yeah.
What time of day is it?
It's like midday. No, sorry, it's like evening at this point.
Do you think the innkeep would let us stay here?
I'm sure it would. I mean, you did get rid of the hag, and he's not fond of the hag, and
chop somebody's head off in the middle of his bar.
He'll get over that. Look, you can stay here. I have some say in it. He and I are business partners, and while his job is to be the host, my job is to run the kitchen and the food. There's some rooms upstairs.
Her stomach starts growling. Oh yeah. It has been a while since we've eaten.
So Yip kind of like gets a conflicted look on his face, and he's kind of thinking, and then he slowly reaches into his pack and pulls out like a small like pouch with what sounds like gold coins in it. He's like,
For the damage.
He takes it.
and Yip still kind of holds on to it like he's having trouble letting it go.
He pulls it. Thank you.
Where's Wren?
And then the barkeep. Who?
We had another person with us, and he
Oh.
left before the commotion.
Well,
The fellow that left before. Yeah.
Sometimes he's a person, sometimes he's not a person.
Is he still outside, maybe?
I'll check. She walks outside.
The barkeep kind of goes back to what, sort of cleaning up his area of the bar.
Oh, sorry.
I asked the barkeep, is there a place where I can burn the body?
Out back, we've got a rubbish pile. It needs to be lit up tonight anyway.
Is there a more respectful place to burn the body?
The church, but, I know you're not allowed in there anymore. Tell you what, there's a clearing, edge of town. There's enough space there for you to be able to burn the body. It'll be out of the way. But it's not a refuse pile.
And I guess I'm going to pick up the body and start walking with the head.
And I flip the barkeep one more coin and I say, and that's why I point to the kid in the corner still cowering with his sparkler crown on. It's like,
And make sure the kid still gets a good birthday.
21 for my strength check, just fine.
Okay, yeah, you're fine. He just looks at you and I think that ship sailed, buddy.
Builds character.
In this world.
We'll do that while you're burning the...
15 investigation outside.
Well, you see obviously all the tracks from the cadre of dudes running with your friends. But you also notice that there is another set of tracks that comes from sort of the little central garden area, little park they have in the middle, which has a monument to Raven's Hollow in it. But there's another set of tracks that come from that, and they basically... What's curious about them is they morph. They suddenly disappear, and they become little cat paw prints. And they run sort of parallel to where the group was going, and eventually, much like the group, it disappears from where the horses and the wagon had been tied up.
I'm gonna go with, given what I know of Wren, I'm gonna know that, obviously,
He transformed.
he transformed. I start following the tracks cautiously.
Okay. As you're walking, Mara's basically coming behind you with the dead body. And you guys, she catches up to you. And you're just kind of both walking. Same way, following the tracks, essentially, because she's headed to right outside town.
so Yip kind of being in the bar and looking around, like not seeing everyone. He pokes his head out the door and sees them walk away, and he just kind of shouts,
Hey, wait for me!
And so he starts puffing it down the road.
I just keep walking at the same space, and when I think he's close enough, I tell him, don't follow me.
Okay. So you hear her say that. She peels off anyway because the tracks kind of veer from where she's going.
Keep Talia safe.
She gives you the meanest fucking look in the world because she's like, you're sending me with a stranger.
So as you two kind of branch off, you find the little clearing he was talking about just outside the town. He's right, like it's kind of a pristine little grove within the trees, if you will. And yeah, so how do you what do you do? How do you prepare the body?
I find a place. I find a place that looks like the fire won't spread out of control.
Okay.
And I center. Sorry, I'm dealing with the blaze right now.
Yeah.
I center the body in it. I put the head on the chest.
Okay.
You don't try to position it just right on the...
It's like Slackjaw.
No, I just position it there. I look to see if there's like any stones or anything that I can circle or bound it. Enough stones to make a barrier? Is there?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
all around the clearing, like you can find it throughout the forest floor.
Alright. I set about doing that.
It takes you a while, but eventually you've got enough built up around it.
When that is over, I begin to do the rites. I begin to read the prayers. And then I stop in the middle of it. And say, I don't understand. Why?
For a moment, there's nothing. You feel nothing, you hear nothing. But then eventually, you hear a voice back. It was his time.
That doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right.
He has evaded Lady Fate for far too long.
When was he supposed to die?
Months ago.
Why? What was his death supposed to be?
He was supposed to be murdered in an alley in Crimport, and he escaped it. That was his fate. His head would have been taken then, too. You are merely exacting the same retribution that he was supposed to get.
$22 for wisdom.
Okay, you doing like an insight check on it?
Yeah.
Generally speaking, the story makes sense from the overall of Demorial's thing is, meeting out Lady Fate's directives. You're questioning the method in which
It was me.
you were instructed to meet it out. But overall, the tone of how he's sort of matter-of-factly explaining this and the reasoning he's giving seems solid. It doesn't seem out of character for Demorial.
Okay. I apologize for questioning, and then I proceed with the rite, and I stay there meditating.
No.
As the body burns, I keep vigil over it until it burns out.
Okay.
So I guess all night. Yay!
Yay. You guys headed down the road, and with your passive perceptions, you hear in the distance.
Okay. Keep walking along a path.
Okay.
So I kind of whispered her,
Hey, do you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think we should hide?
So as we're kind of like walking along, let's do roll to hide, or just stealth, kind of like along the path.
Okay, yeah, there's plenty of trees and at this point a lot of hills that are starting to form that you can hide behind.
Plus.
He's got a guilty conscience. What's he hiding from?
He's a rogue.
Roll
Did
hide
you
from
see what happened to
something.
the last rogue?
Yeah, he got his head cut off. And he got tortured by a kobold. What's it? 5, 6, 23.
23, okay. Yeah, so basically you dance off the path and get yourself down in the brush at the base of a tree and you just kind of peek out from there. And the road at this point kind of curves within the forest, so you can't quite see up around the next bend because there's a sort of large hill forming with trees.
Hey,
But
stop that.
galloping in on a horse is Wren.
Where did you go?
Talia. Where are the others?
Well, one's burning a body and the other one decided to hide.
And I pop out as soon as I see it's Wren.
Our friends, they've been taken to Crimport,
Yes, so we heard.
so you know.
Mm-hmm.
Will you be ready to leave in the morning?
Yes, we have a room too.
I'll see you there. I just keep going.
And as you
Chivalry's dead.
kind of like start to ride away,
I
yep.
can't get up. What's up?
I'm assuming we're just on the outskirts of town.
I'm sure it's fine. It was in there the whole time. You're good.
So Yip kind of yells out to you as you're riding off, like, oh yeah, it's not like we want to ride and nothing.
Again, I'm assuming we're just on the outskirts of town. That's why.
It's not too far, yeah.
Okay.
Question is, do you stop or you just keep going?
No, I keep going.
Okay.
There's something I want to attend to.
Okay. So you pull up in town, basically, same area where the horses had originally been tied up along with the wagon. They have like a whole sort of stable and.
I find a place to tie up the horse,
Mhm.
and I look for the temple and go straight there.
Okay. So you enter the temple, and at first there's nobody in there. In the main room. And then eventually, after a couple moments, the cleric comes out. Can I help you? I thought I just told your friends to stay out of here. Your
told
services are removed.
You told me nothing.
Well, I'll tell you now. Given what your friends just did inside the inn,
I don't know what they did.
they beheaded a man while he was tied up.
That doesn't sound like my friends.
Well, go check with your paladin friend.
Let me ask you, why is it you allow these rogues to rummage through this town?
We knew they were not rogues.
What did you know?
Let me rephrase it. That came out wrong.
We knew not.
Yeah. We didn't know they were rogues when they came in. They posed as simple merchants, traded goods to the store.
You didn't know that over 20 men in your town were rogues.
It's not unusual for large caravans to come here along the way. The roads are not exactly safe
It
north
seems
here.
to me that Tyr has turned a blind eye.
Tyr has turned no blind eye to anything. If you want justice for your friends, I suggest you follow and get them.
Those men were hunting false bounties.
So you say. The contract they may have may be legitimate from unscrupulous men. It does not mean the bounties were false. No one said they were hunting them based upon official documentation.
What do you think the King of Brower would think?
King Brower has no authority here. We are within the Dragornian Empire. If you have an issue with your friends being taken, you can ride all the way north to Rakiat and demand an audience with the regent. But beyond that, there's not much anyone in this town can do. I can alert my order to the peril of your friends and send somebody east to Lanternhold to request that they help you, but there's no guarantee that they will.
Perhaps you didn't know. Perhaps I've been hasty. But my friends, they were ambushed.
They were indeed.
This isn't their fault. Whatever happened in there, they did what they had to.
Tyr does not see it that way.
Our friends are in danger. We need your help. Tyr would want to help us.
Tyr will want you to get justice for your friends, the ones that were taken. This is true. I will offer you what help I can outside of the temple, but this temple is still closed off to you.
Very well.
Penance must be paid for what was done in that inn.
Can you send word for us
To where?
to the king
King Brower?
and to the College of Temervin? We will be delayed. There's an interesting one among us. They will want to see him.
Very well, I can do this.
I will draft letters. I'll bring them in the morning.
Bring them to me, and I will make sure that they are taken with the courier to where they need to go.
I thank you.
He nods.
I start walking out. As I get to the door, I turn. We will pay our penance, but this was not our fault.
That is for Tyr to judge, not me and not you.
Wasn't me.
He doesn't say anything. He walks out then.
Okay.
At this point, I go check on the horse again. And it's evening, so like I'm assuming there's no one out like selling anything at this point.
Everything's closed up, yeah.
But I'm kind of like looking around. Is this the kind of town where I might find a cart? I know we've got a long way to go, so I'm interested in buying a cart or another horse or something.
Okay.
I'm just looking around like what might be available the next day.
So there's a stable. That's where you've got everything tied up on the post. The stable itself is like the store attached to it is closed, like the saddlery. You might be able to inquire there. You might be able to find out from the innkeeper if anybody is willing to part with horses, sell horses. There is a rather large sort of general goods store, and there are some carts outside of it. So you're not sure if they're for sale or not. There's no like signage posted or anything like that.
Okay. Just after my little searching around, that's when I go back to the inn and
Okay.
wait to see if the party shows up.
While you're searching around, you guys come back, and you see him kind of looking around the town.
Okay. So I go up to him. Yip's kind of huffing a bit. Kind of having to walk quite distance. He's like, "You know, my leg's about the half size of yours."
I am sorry for you.
And Yip's kind of trying to catch his breath. So you find a cart for us yet?
The cart. I'm looking. Maybe in the morning. There's no one selling right now. Don't get any ideas.
Oh, we go buy one.
Yeah, that's how you usually do it. We've caused enough ruckus here.
All right. All right.
What happened in that fucking inn?
And I relay to him how just like suddenly, was it 20 or 40 guys just like stand up out of nowhere, coming from behind chairs, guys coming from behind other guys that we couldn't see before. And how they basically like jumped everyone. One guy came out from behind a coffee mug, which is weird, but like Looney Tunes style.
His story just is more and more outlandish, and like there's more guys, and you're just like, but I saw them leave. Like,
Why is the cleric of Tyr angry at us?
Well, during interrogations, things happen.
Interrogations. Did you learn anything?
Well, we learned they took our friends to Crimport, and that it's the coin pinchers and the Crimson Shadow what done the job.
Both of them?
They seem to be working together. Now, the coin pinchers, they small time, pickpockets, scams, small jobs. But the Crimson Shadow, that's proper, that's a proper little criminal syndicate.
I'll take your
They's
word
fancy.
for it.
it's fancy.
I wouldn't know, but you probably would.
If they's working together and we want to get to the Crimson Shadow, whoever hired them for this,
we might be best off going through the coin pinches.
I met a merchant on the way. He says there's a stop, the Goliath's Hammer Inn. We'll make our way there, learn what we can in the morning. And we're going to buy a cart.
Yeah, fine.
Do you have any gold? I had to spend some to get this horse.
So you guys that same look as when he was going to give it to the bar. He just kind of slowly reaches in, pulls it out like a little pouch, and hands it to you.
So how much approximately are you giving me?
Like about 15.
Okay.
I wouldn't say necessarily giving it to you. He's still holding on to it pretty tight.
Okay. I will give you back your share.
He did still hold on to it pretty tight, but he kind of like loosens
Talia
it.
might be able to help.
He basically lets you take it from him.
Okay. And I take it, put it with the rest of mine. Let us go back to the inn. Wait, are we allowed there?
Yeah, I think we smoothed it over.
Who smoothed it over?
And you kind of gets this like sad look on his face.
I did. And it ain't cheap.
You did good.
Yeah. Just stay away from the innkeeper. He's still pretty jumpy.
Understood. I start walking back.
Yeah.
Do they notice that I'm not with them?
Yeah, I think they know. It's-
Okay.
At this point, Talia, I assume, says nothing else. Okay. You guys get in the inn. It's pretty late when Mara finally comes back. Like real late. But at this point, yeah, it burned enough that she then sort of put the fire out.
So you kind of looks
As
over
long as it's heated all the way through, it's fine. It's pre-cooked.
She checking the lasagna.
Okay, you gotta get it just right, because if you don't, it will explode.
As long as it's not like frozen in the middle, it's
It's
fine.
not.
Okay,
Then you're good.
then you're good. All right, Mara walks in. It's pretty late. I don't know if who would have gone to bed early after they ate, but
So Yip's probably still he's sitting up a bit. He's examining that dagger he got.
okay.
When he sees Mara comes in, he looks over to her and is like,
Did you, how did they say, dispose of the evidence?
The barkeep just looks at Yip and is like,
Sorry. I mean, got rid of the evidence.
There was no evidence.
Right.
Mara walks over to the barkeep. Out of character. The barkeep is the one who is the more solid. He's the
yes.
Okay.
He's not the coward, and
It's not the.
he's the
not
one who had
innkeeper.
previously been a soldier.
Mm-hmm. And she asks for a drink.
Any particular poison you like?
Raven's Hollow used to make a mead.
Still does. It's just not called the same thing as it was before.
I was too young to ever taste it.
He starts filling the glass. Pass it over. Well, now you can, on the house.
I don't deserve that kindness, but thank you. And she takes a sip.
If you were from Raven's Hollow, you deserve the kindness. Trust me.
Were you one of the 10 gods?
You could say that. I had been appointed there as the guard captain.
My father was a huntsman.
I knew your father. He was a good man. One of the best in the town.
What I remember of him, I would agree.
He died like so many of the other brave men and women of that town. Yes, I will take a piece, thank you.
Yeah. Big one? Small?
Medium-sized piece with a little bit of salad on the side. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Jamie, do you want big one, small one?
Medium-sized piece.
Medium-sized piece? Yeah.
Medium-sized piece with bread and salad on the side.
Okay.
Oh yeah, bread, please, too, with some butter.
First ever D&D / mukbang stream.
Your father was a brave man, like most of the men and women that died in the town that night. Only a few people fled immediately, and most of them it was with the children.
Can we all hear this?
Roll.
I'm saying I'm sitting in the bar. I don't know where.
I personally don't care. It's your decision. I personally don't care.
I'm in bed.
You're asleep, so no. Okay, she's not.
Being a Cathari, I stayed up late.
Yeah, they can get to sleep 4 hours. Fucking elves. Let's say passive perception. Yeah, there's nobody at the bar. You can hear the conversation. They're not talking.
My passive perception was 17. So.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can hear this.
I remember my mother rounding us up and taking us to the woods, but I don't remember what happened.
So you were in the group that got ambushed.
It took me a long time to remember my name. There were 4 of us who survived, I think.
There were 4 of you we never found, so
The paladins, they found us. Some of us couldn't, some of us were too little and I couldn't remember. Not till much older. Those 4, they...
well, I'm glad that you don't remember what happened to your mother.
Those other 3, the paladins found them homes in Talia. Good homes, good places.
Good. I'm glad that they're alive and safe.
Me too. And then I give him a little salute and say,
He just nods and goes back to kind of cleaning.
I have so many questions for those paladins.
Oh.
You find 4 random children and you don't think, oh, maybe they're from that town that got, like, set on fire.
I mean, if you guys remember that campaign, there was some crazy shit that happened in that town.
Oh, I remember.
I mean, you had archmages fighting archmages and warlocks. I mean, that town went to shit.
Like flying golem.
There's a reason it's burned to the ground.
Oh yeah.
there was a lot of chaos.
So, when the conversation kind of stops, I get up. I sit near her. Not really looking at her, but just sitting near. I'm sorry about your family.
They rest easy.
Tell me, what happened here? Why is that cleric so upset?
That is my fault. And I relay to him a much more accurate depiction
What happened in the
of
room?
what happened.
Yeah, she's pretty consistent with the story. There's 20 guys. They didn't pop out of cups. They were like actually sitting around the room.
And I negate to tell him about the voice in my head. Like, I don't tell him that part.
Okay.
But I tell him, I was compelled to judge his sins
By your god.
by the tenets of it. My God, while does not necessarily wants us to interfere, has deemed it appropriate that if one would defy Lady Fate, then they ought to be punished.
Neotil does not often interfere with life, especially of mortals. But I am not one to judge this.
Did the cleric say what he wanted for penance? Tyr is always so picky.
I believe the cleric will soften in time. We just can't go to the temple and seek aid.
I may have insulted Tyr.
So did I, to be honest. But everything will be okay. They will send word to the college and to the king. I will write letters, letting everyone know what's going on. And in the morning, we will set out for the Goliath Hammer Inn on the way to Crimport. Is there anything you need to do before we go?
I believe I will have to go and speak to the cleric. I do not want to go.
If it is what your tenant says, I wish you luck.
I have never been called a coward.
And I won't be the first. Good night.
Good night.
And I go upstairs.
I finish my drink. And I tell you, go to bed.
While they're talking, do I learn anything about the dagger? What did I see?
Oh yeah, the dagger. Yes.
You're doing that. I'm going to the bathroom.
Yep. So you're sitting there with the dagger. You're just kind of moving it around. Thank you, Melanie. You're just kind of twirling in your hand, and the dagger's like. Your first impression of the dagger when you picked it up was this thing's wicked, right? I mean, it's sort of got that Chris style blade, right? With,
Yeah.
It's got a wavy pattern. It's a little bit longer than a normal dagger, but the more you look at it, the more you realize like this dagger's actually like really beautiful. Like the blade is darker. It has a darker finish to it. It's definitely some sort of steel, like most other weapons, but there's just as you turn it, there's this darker hue to it that just gives it this really pretty look and finish. The handle's leather wrapped. The crossguard has these beautiful red gems in it that almost like twinkle and sparkle as you're looking at it. And you just find yourself like really appreciating the fact that you have this dagger now. But I mean, other than that, there doesn't seem anything too special about it otherwise.
Okay. Do I have like an approximate idea of what its value is?
You would guess with the gems in it. You don't know if the blade has any kind of magical properties to it, but you suspect there's something special about the steel. So you would guess you could probably get like 1,000 gold for it.
Wow.
You know,
Okay.
that's your estimation as Yip the thief.
Damn it. I knew there was a catch. Okay. So then I go to bed after I see kind of Mara and Wren heading up.
In my room, I pull out my parchment, pen, and I carefully draft 2 letters. One to the college. I mention all my party members, but I specifically mention Vandal as a person of interest to the college because of his unique way of learning magic and magic that I have never seen. Just very interesting to Wren. And to both, I let them know. I name drop the coin pinchers and the scarlet. Sorry, what is it?
The Crimson Shadows.
Crimson Shadows. And where we're headed, and that we plan to make it back to the college at some point. That, as usual, as would happen, things took a turn,
Right.
and we have to rescue our friends first.
Okay.
In that
Who do you make the letter out to? Because you got options. You could.
what was the name of the right hand man to the king?
I do not remember.
Actually, I don't have my notebook down here.
It was like session 1, so.
I think she's got it written down.
I would basically make it clear that this is an important document for the crown, and that and address it to him as his advisor.
Sarenville.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Even though that could backfire on me, that's what I'm going to do. And I am going to wax seal it.
Okay.
And to the college,
You have like a host of options for that.
I don't see why he wouldn't give it to Imnog
Okay.
to assess, and he could give it to whoever or show whoever else. I mean, they all work together. I would tell him also to mention to the Iron Wolves that organized crime is taking hold this far south. You know, even though we are north,
Right.
But it's coming down this far south, organized crime.
Okay.
And that I don't think I would mention anything else. I don't think I would mention the crashed thing that we ran into and everything else. I think that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then after that, you head to bed.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next
Okay.
morning, you guys wake pretty early. When you come down, there's already basically food being prepped for you. The innkeeper comes out this time, a little less shaken than the day before. He just says nothing to any of you, but he lays out food for each of you, and then goes back into the kitchen. The barkeep just kind of shakes his head. Sorry, he's getting there.
And that's always probably the best we can hope for.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm fine with this. I prefer people not speak to me anyway.
He kind of chuckles. As
How-
you wish.
Talia, Mara, I'm going to procure a cart if possible, and another horse. It's a long journey.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any gold that you can spare?
How much do you need?
Maybe 15 gold each. I'm not sure what it will cost. I'll return them.
I pull out my pouch that the king gave me. All 50 is still there. Take what you need.
Okay.
I hand you 20.
Okay.
And then you have 15 for me from the
Yeah.
day before.
That is. Yeah, hold on to that. Grab some bread and walk out as I'm eating it.
Okay. When you walk outside, there's a guy kind of opening up his store. It's not the general goods store that you're headed towards, which already looks like it's open. But he kind of sees you just looking at you. And just kind of mean bugs you the whole time that you're walking over there. Never says anything to you.
He's where now?
He's basically like 3 doors down from the general goods store. So you're walking diagonally across the street towards it,
Okay.
and he is watching you from across the street the whole way until you walk inside.
Okay. I just take note, I guess.
You enter. This place is pretty big. It's pretty obvious that whoever's running this place is running it so it's large enough to store plenty of goods, because they're obviously getting less transports. Eventually, you hear from the back, "Be with you in just a second."
Very well. I'm looking around. Is this somewhere I can also get provisions, food, and horse feed?
Horse feed would be across the street at the stable,
Okay.
but you could get, there's like rations and stuff like that here. After a few moments, A dray woman walks out from behind from the back room. Kind of pauses upon seeing you. Blanks for a second.
Is there something wrong?
Can I help you?
Yes. We need provisions for a journey.
Who's we?
My party. We have to save our friends to the north.
Oh, you're the troublemakers that came in here.
I'm very sorry for any trouble they have caused you.
Well, I'm not surprised that people traveling with you cause problems.
I see. Let us make a deal, and I will be out of your store as quickly as possible.
Fine. What are you looking for?
We need a cart and a 10-day of rations for four.
Four.
For four.
She starts gathering the 10-day rations. And so she clearly lays that out. There's carts out front. Anything else you need?
Not here.
Good choice. Well, I won't even overcharge you. Although I probably should.
Yeah.
That's a racism.
Your what is the word? Your charity is overwhelming.
She just kind of... The cart's 5 gold. 40 rations. Another 2. 7 total.
So I gave her.
I want my 20 back.
I gave her 10 gold.
She slides 3 back towards you. I don't need your charity. And pocket takes the 7.
Very well. Take the rations. Go out. I'm looking over the carts. Are they all pretty much the same? Is there any quality I need to look at?
You can make an intelligence check to appraise the carts.
Is that a 6?
Yes.
7. They're carts.
Nothing's obviously broken. You don't see any... You don't notice any wear and tear. You figure that they're probably all the same.
So you want to get the premium trim, the one with the infotainment package, the backup cam.
So I'm walking around. I'm like,
Look.
maybe we should have done it Yip's way. I get a cart. Well, I guess I go to get a horse. Yeah. I go to the stable because I'm gonna need a horse to get the cart.
Okay.
Another horse.
So you enter the stable, and there's just a rather young-looking guy in there. And he's like, "Hey, hi, good to meet you."
Hello, I'm Wren. We are traveling to the north, and we need one more horse to pull
Wait
a
a
cart.
minute. Are you the heroes that killed that hag?
I wouldn't call us heroes.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that. 4 people went missing. There's some people who are going to be a little salty in this town, but I think you guys are heroes. I've never trusted that old lady.
Well, now our friends are missing, and they've been taken to the north.
Heard about that.
Is there any way you could help us?
Well, what do you need from me? You need some horses?
A horse, feed, anything else you suggest.
All right. Hold on a moment. And he starts kind of getting everything you're going to need. He's like, "How? You just riding them or
We have a cart.
a cart?" Okay. So he starts getting all the equipment together. And he's like, "Come in here with me." He takes you into the stable. And he's like, "These 2 are for sale." He's like, a little older, but they'll do you.
Animal appraisal. Animal handling, I guess.
Oh, good job.
Yeah. How do you want it? Is it appraisal or animal handling?
It'd be an appraisal.
Okay.
You want to see like how the horses look.
Yeah, like they can handle the 10-day journey.
Yeah.
20 21.
Yeah, you think they'd be fine.
Okay.
They don't look like they're on their last legs.
Okay. Would you suggest 2 or 3 horses? We already have 1 horse.
Which cart did you get?
Whatever the general store had.
Looks outside. He goes, oh, okay. Just 2 horses for those. You don't need a third.
Thank you. How much?
Well, horses, supplies. It's probably about 20 gold.
Okay.
Soul, you're being so rude.
I'll tell you what.
Never got the guy's name.
I'll tell you what. You guys did this town a solid by doing that old lady in. So I'm gonna cut you a deal.
That is very kind of you.
15 gold for the lot.
Deal. I give him 15 gold.
Murphy. My God, what is with them today?
I don't know. Normally they're not like harassing us while we're playing, but like right now it's just.
Just because I don't think it's visible, there's a cat trying to eat.
Oh no, he's on the
he
camera.
is? Okay.
Yeah, he's on the camera.
It's still lasagna, that's
Yeah.
why.
It's because
Okay, so we got
he's
the
part
orange cat.
Garfield.
Yeah, we got the orange cat trying to eat the lasagna. Thank you.
I'll be right back.
So I'm trying to get Bronet to have to come up with names for everyone on the
Yeah.
spot.
Well, I actually was.
Really?
Say, just curious.
What's your deal?
Is there some problem with the Cathari in this region?
Oh, you mean across the way?
Indeed.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you know how it is. Most Dre don't take kindly to the Cathari.
But not usually so openly.
Well, I don't really know her story. Rumor has it that her family was killed by a whole band of Cathari.
Did you just yell at me?
Well, you have been most helpful. What may I call you?
Name's William.
William, it has been a pleasure. I thank you for your time. So I take the 1 horse,
He helps you go over and like
hook it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
He helps you get everything set up.
Yeah, and I go to, I guess that was the stable, so that's where my other horse was.
Mhm.
And yeah, I guess he helps me hook everything up. Yeah, all set.
So once the wagon's set up, he crosses the street. The guy that was eye fucking you from down the street before, he comes just kind of.
Can I help you?
Yeah. What the hell do you think you people were doing?
We weren't doing anything.
You killed the old lady. This town, what is this town supposed to do now without a proper healer? Do you think that cleric's worth anything? My
Healer.
wife is relying on the potions that she made to even be able to bring our child to term. And you people just come in here and you kill her? You're as bad as the rest of half of this town.
I'm sorry to tell you.
Superstitious.
She was a hag.
What?
An evil presence in the woods.
Evil
She
presence.
was no healer.
Evil presence. My wife has been unable to get pregnant until that woman helped us. Gave her a tincture to drink.
I would be most concerned for that child.
Oh, yeah, sure. Now you're concerned for the children.
She had many under her, and they are no longer here.
He just spits at your feet, turns around and walks away.
I'd be worried about what that child is too.
Yeah.
Child's Murphy.
Knowing a hag is gonna be like born an old man or something.
His composure is basically unchanged by the people. Like he's faced this sort of thing before, but he doesn't really get how a whole part of the town thought that the hag was a healer.
I'm sorry, Eric.
It's okay.
Soul.
So he brushes that off like,
Roll off the
Okay.
shoulder.
Right.
he doesn't really say anything and just heads back to the inn.
Okay. So Wren comes back in. I assume you guys are just kind of eating and talking amongst yourselves.
Yeah, so Yip is up at this point.
I'm cleaning
Okay.
my weapons
Okay.
again.
I'm making sure my notes are up to date.
I'm looking at specifically the gems and the dagger now. I'm like, I've got like a little kind of eyeglass thing
Okay.
that doesn't have the actual glass in it.
Praising.
So when I come in, I'll go near Talia. Everything is prepared. This town, there are many who don't appreciate our presence,
To be sure.
and not just because of last night.
The hack?
The hag, maybe other prejudices. I'll be happy to leave here.
Have you already been to the cleric?
No. If you wish, I produce the letters.
She sheathes her scythe. And though her weapons are before her, she stares at them for a long moment and she says, "Would you make sure that these get placed with us, with our belongings?"
I can see to it.
And she also removes her chainmail shirt to add to the pile. She's now just wearing the under tunic. And puts out her,
I swear to God.
and she pulls out her, emblem. And she takes the letters.
Let's see.
And not so happily walks towards the temple.
Okay. As you approach the temple, the priest is actually out front, tending to the outside of it,
Oh good, I don't have to go in.
doing some weeding. He looks up and he sees you.
Don't ask me for rolls because I can't.
Yeah. He, Murphy, you're a problem.
I can't not pet him.
What, not everybody's here and now all of a sudden it's like, oh, I gotta be on camera.
He's so fat his gravitational pull compels me to pet him.
Cleric looks at you as you approach. He notices the letters in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
I take it those are from your friend.
And I bow.
Gives
Yeah.
a slight bow in return. I will ensure that these make it to where they must.
As I hand him the letters, I look him dead in the face. The penance to be paid is mine and mine alone. They are not responsible for my actions. Hi, Murphy.
With his hands on the letters before you let him go, he looks you in the eye and understood. And he says, I offered a prayer last night for your friends that were taken to Tyr.
Taking to Crimport.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I see how.
I spoke in anger yesterday, and in fear. It has been a while since I've been among other clerics and paladins. I spoke out of turn. I will make sure the penance is paid, whatever Tyr decrees.
It will be done. Blessings go with you, follower of Demorial.
May Demorial protect you, follower of Tyr.
rounds, that's it. So, she goes back. You guys are sort of getting your stuff in the wagon, getting ready to roll. And yeah, on the road again.
Okay.
We roll out.
When we get just out of town, I'm looking at Yip. You think you really could have nabbed one of these things? They're pretty loud.
I certainly could have tried.
Well, I like your zeal at least.
I don't think he could have.
Probably not.
Alright, you guys bounce down the road, quite literally, because this is just basically a trail.
We are going
You're
up
headed.
this way.
You're going. Did you? So, question actually. That is a question. Did you go back the way that they went, and the way you came back to town, or there is a main road that actually snakes through the forest to the north? If you look at the map.
Yeah, I see it.
So what you're saying is the dotted line is the way they went?
The dotted line is the way they went. That's the way that he came back. It's more like a trail rather than an actual like road that was worked on.
Right.
And I'm assuming the cart would have been fine going through that since they had a cart.
Yes. It's just a little rougher than if you were to go the northern route.
I say we went the way they went.
Yeah, I think.
I think I would have because the merchant went that way, so his assumption is it's probably the best route
Okay.
or the safest.
Also, in my opinion, like, if that's the way they went, then obviously it's a quicker route. So we want to take that one.
You're trying
Yeah.
to follow and you're following the trail. And that's okay. So you head out east. After a few hours, like before, you meet up at the main road. And basically turn yourself slightly to the north, and you notice something. The merchant that had been stopped on the side of the road, his cart is still there, but now it's overturned.
Oh.
The goods that were in it are spilled all over the place. There's no horse to be seen, and you don't see him either.
You gave me
20.
his name, but I can't find it.
Gendry.
22 investigation on the cart.
I stopped. I'm gonna say for now that I was leading the horses,
Okay.
and I stopped the horses when we see the cart.
Yeah, so it kind of has an approach where Yip goes like,
Looks like somebody lost their horses.
Nat 20 survival.
I know this. I know this cart. This is the merchant I saw on the way back.
Okay, so your survival check and your investigation basically reveal the same thing. Survival check, there are clear tracks running off to the east of the road. So if you're looking at the map, basically they're headed towards Copperton.
Okay.
It also looks like something was dragged in that direction. Something fairly large.
Human tracks, animal tracks.
Tracks seem to be human.
Okay.
And it's hard to tell what it was that was dragged, but it was big enough that it probably wasn't anything off the cart.
Okay.
Your investigation shows deep gouges and claw marks all over one side of the cart.
Animal or...
Unclear. Doesn't appear to be animal. They're too... there's like bits of flesh in part of the side of the wood, and the gouges aren't evenly spaced. There's also too many for it to be like a cat or a bear.
Do we see the horse?
There's no horse at all. The horse is gone.
Okay. Is there any blood? Any?
There is blood up by where the horse would have been at the front of the wagon. There's also some blood on the side that's been clawed at.
is there anything like still left in the cart?
Oh yeah, none of, like, basically his goods are, the cart's like on its side, kinda, and his goods are spilled everywhere. It doesn't look like whoever came, it doesn't look like they were looking for the stuff in his wagon. So it doesn't look like anybody stole anything or took any of his stuff.
So as they're like looking around,
Like even his personal pack is still like strewn about.
as they're looking around, I'm like, what was his name? Gendry. He said it was safe. He said there was nothing to worry about going this way.
Yeah, well, just don't look like a robbery.
Something vicious. Do we have time to look into it? Even now our friends are headed north.
I mean, Yip's really good at hiding. Maybe he can go look.
He did sell us this horse. That's how I got back. It is worth at least looking.
Plus, I mean, there might be a reward.
There might be a reward.
Out of character.
Yeah.
Would we know? I know back in the town we had heard the rumors of Copperton. We didn't go and speak to the survivor. Sorry, Red. But would we know roughly where Copperton is located?
Yeah, you would actually know that it's roughly to the east of where you are now. Especially with your survival check.
Do you remember the rumors we heard?
Which ones?
The city of the dead, or the town, all of the undead.
Yes, I remember something about that.
It's that way.
Then you think that's what did this?
Whatever you are going to do, you will do. What I must do is go that way.
I look at Talia.
I grab his pack, some of the grain, and a couple of the rugs, and put them on the cart.
Okay.
Because that's what you said he had, right?
Mm-hmm. And he has some weapons too, but
I grab a couple of the weapons and add them to the cart.
As I see her doing that, I just start helping her. I start helping her get some of the
Same.
goods on the cart.
okay.
Like if we have room for it, basically.
You do. You have room for a few of it.
I do not help them, but I don't judge them either.
Right.
So Yip says,
Well, I mean, if it's just a couple of dead guys, how tough can they be?
That's what concerns me.
Yep. Have you ever seen undead? Besides the ones we fought.
And there was a job where I had to rob a necromancer, and he had a bunch of them stiffs guarding his place.
When you fought those stiffs?
Yeah, 'cause they standing all up straight and uptight and whatnot.
Oh, okay. When you fought them, did they ever leave gouges like that? And I point to the cart.
so I look at the gouge, I'm like,
Well, I ain't never seen them attack a cart before. But, yeah, those don't look like what dead bodies can make.
That is what we need to know, is what made those.
At the college, they would speak of necromancy. But the Iron Wolves, they had a different view of the undead.
The Iron Wolves aren't paladins at Demorial.
I think we should investigate, at the very least.
I grab the horse's reins and I start moving the cart towards Copperton.
Okay.
While they're all sitting here talking to each other.
Then I'm gonna pass you guys these.
I follow Talia as soon as I... Oh
I'm
boy.
gonna switch the map.
So I'm following.
Woo!
That is really dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, it printed super dark, I'm sorry.
Is this after Libby burned everything down?
Welcome to the ruins of Copperton.
It's not dark, it's thematic.
As you begin approaching the town, the outskirts of the town, everything starts to darken. The sky above it is a little darker. It's almost like threatening storm clouds hanging over it. Yeah.
Because I forgot to say it, I've already redressed and I'm back in my chainmail with my weapons.
Gotcha. The grass almost looks corrupted, like it's dying, right? It's like blackish green as you start entering the town. Yeah.
Just before we fully enter the town, is there a place to safely keep the cart and the horses?
There's a couple of hill areas that you can set these aside in.
She whispers that to you. I really think that this is what we need to do.
Nature or religion?
That's actually what I was about to do, make a nature check.
Then I'll do if he's gonna do a nature,
Yeah, you can do a religion.
24.
I had a 15 nature.
It ain't right.
Right.
It just feels wrong, all of it. The dead and dying copes of trees on your left as you enter the town. Most of these buildings, a number have burned down. Others just collapsed. It's bizarre to you to think that the rumors were that this only happened like a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago now at this point, and like literally roofs are collapsed in, and some places had obviously burned down and been smoldering. They're like little ruins of what they used to be.
Does my godly friend talk to me?
Nothing is said immediately as you enter.
This is definitely unnatural. We should leave the cart here.
I got a bad feeling about this.
As they settle the horse, I make sure I pull out my emblem and fix it in place. And I begin to, I guess, do a pre-write. Just kind of a...
Pre-game.
Pre-gaming, yes, there we go. The paladin starts pre-gaming.
Oh. On the right here, sorry, I forgot to do this. I would have given everyone their fair share of gold back.
Okay.
I'll figure out what that number is in a minute.
Okay.
Talia probably would recognize what I'm doing as something akin to going into battle or preparing for battle.
Okay. I realize I didn't put myself a map so I can stare at the screen. So, from what you can see as you enter the town, there's sort of a home that's...
I was going to say, I can give them mine.
There's a home broken down on your left as soon as you enter. To the right, there's a sign swinging in the gentle breeze that's kind of pushing through here, which smells stale. It's not fresh air. The air coming through this area, it's musty, But the sign on the right side of the road says the Red Steel Inn, except it's really just mostly ash, a few beams. The place was burned down. It's pretty obvious.
12 investigation to see if I see any of the tracks that we saw before here.
Oh yeah, the tracks are clear as day. They basically drag towards the middle of town.
I did a survival for 5. Just trying to keep an eye out for bad guys.
Okay.
You see all of them.
Yeah.
You're so appalled by what's happening to nature around here and the unnatural feeling in general that you can't focus on anything but that. Like it's too much for you at the moment. Yes, like I said, the tracks clearly lead towards the center of town. You can just make out the windmill in the distance up on the hill. That is also quite damaged. You're not exactly sure how damaged from here, because again, it's a little darker here, but it's obvious that there's something wrong with it. Like it's not even running, even though there's a breeze. So
I'm not sure anything is living here. Our friend Gendry, he may no longer be. He just kind of trails off.
And well, I nearly came this far. Might as well check.
Take caution.
What other buildings can we see?
The other building you can see the town hall in the center of the building, and then off to you, the sort of northern side of the town, you can see that sort of grouping of 3 homes. One's a farm. It's harder to make out. You can make out the steeple of the temple just over the hill on the other side of the inn.
Mm-hmm.
It's harder to make out anything else on the further side of town beyond the center.
I move cautiously towards the red steel inn.
Okay.
You might do a stealth to try to go up to a window and look in.
Well, there's no window in that building.
Oh.
Are you going in the house or?
Oh, there's no window at the red steel inn?
No, the only thing left of the inn is the sign.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, no,
Never mind.
you're good.
Can I use that roll for investigation?
Mm-hmm.
14 plus 3, so 17 investigation.
The inn burned down, that's for sure. And it collapsed kind of in on itself. As you approach the rubble, you can hear coming from beneath the rubble.
Psst. I hear something.
I try to listen.
At this point, I've finished my pregame, and I have my shield and my
Wait.
Chilling your scythe up.
my scythe right now, not my sword. My
Okay.
scythe.
Bardic inspiration.
For what does that give me?
Roll a d6 and add it to everything.
Yeah, I'm percepting at
Because I was like, psst.
9.
You can hear the same moaning she does.
I move over.
High five.
I move over to where they are.
You also hear just your passive perception. You hear it as well.
Yeah, so I've got my weapon drawn, and I'm kind of slowly moving up to where the sound is.
It's coming from under the rubble.
When you say under the rubble, is it like tons of boards and everything, or is it just like looks like a thin layer of stuff?
It's like it's boards and beams and things like that. They're some of them are charred and burned, but they're not like not everything is completely burned out. It's like there's sort of this ash, coal, other little bits of things all over the place, but
Can I see anything through the pile?
you don't see anything moving. You just hear the sound.
Alright, so I walk up to where I motion everyone to kind of come like behind me,
It's probably someone who needs saving.
and
That's what my percentile is.
I take out my crowbar and wear it just kind of as far away from the sound as I can get while still being able to move the rubble where the sound is. I kind of pry it open a little bit,
Okay.
just to look.
As soon as you start lifting the board, you can kind of feel the whole thing creak and shudder, and then just as literally the sound echoes throughout the valley. As what's left was precariously perched on some other beams, crashes into the basement, and down at the bottom, looking up at you, with this half-rotten face, is this dwarf. Who's he's clearly a zombie.
I don't think he needs to be saved.
I don't think
So you've just got to stay there wide-eyed, and he in his head he's thinking, "Oh God, not again."
I look out across the town because of the loud noise. Is anything stirring? Any attention?
You hear some caw, caw in the distance, right? But aside from the birds, nothing seems to move.
Okay. Awesome.
Are there any stairs around the basement? I'm just trying to see if this thing picked it up.
No stairs. It looks like there had probably been a ladder at one point, but that's broken and smashed all over the floor. And
Burned.
What little pieces you can percept.
Okay.
Well, I think I found out what was making the noise.
just leave it there?
Technical question.
Yes.
Would Divine Sense give me the ability to detect how many of a particular thing is in the area within like the 60 feet?
Technically, no, but you would know. Let's just say it works like a 360 radar, so like you would know, like, okay, there's something behind us, there's something to the left, there's something down in the thing in front. Like, you would know that, but it wouldn't be able to tell you, like, there's 12 of these over here.
Okay.
But you would get the general feeling.
I am gonna activate Divine Sense just to take a look around.
Okay. As you do, your senses light up. All around you. Except for the way you came. That's the only direction that you're not feeling anything. Also, just as a reminder, Demorial is okay with mindless undead. Demorial doesn't like undead that purposely retained their soul. So like vampires, liches, whites. Those are undead that still have the souls trapped in the body. Zombies, skeletons, things like that that are reanimated undead. He's okay with because that's Merker's domain, and he's like, undeath is part of the natural order. I don't still particularly like it, but I've judged their souls. We're good.
Right. But
But in general,
my job is still to make
yes,
sure.
yeah, you have to still make sure that there's none of those sentient ones running around, or you have to destroy them.
Mm-hmm. And from what I can tell, this one's mindless.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's just kind of like now that he sees you, he's like pawing at the wall, just like kind of mindlessly, like trying to get up to where you are, but there's absolutely the walls are smooth in the cellar, so there's no grip for him to be able to even get up.
This one.
Sorry, go ahead.
This one is mindless, but we are surrounded.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to help anyone here. And he just starts kind of backing up. Wren looks uncomfortable.
Yeah, Wren, I'm sorry, but I mean, if what Mara says is true, I don't think there's much chance for your friend Merchant there.
I turn and look at you. The way that we came, it should still be clear. You do what you must.
This is unnatural. We shouldn't be here.
I will not stop you and I will not judge you.
What will you do?
The mindless can wander so long as they're not attacking. The abominations will die, or I will die.
A rock hits Talia's foot.
You guys are talking. Keep talking.
Yeah.
Or I will die. Either way.
I will help you, but I don't see any of that here.
Do you want perception or
Yeah.
investigation?
Either one's fine.
I have to make sure. It is my duty, it is not yours. And I will not make anyone follow me in my duty.
So with your 13 investigation, you are able to trace where the rock came from. You see a woman kind of hiding, crouched real low behind a bush. And she's just kind of... Sorry, go ahead.
You guys keep
I
talking.
pull out my longbow. And I walk back forward toward you. Whatever we have to do.
Does your guy got any problems with me taking stuff off them walkers?
Don't let me see it.
So she looks at you as you get close.
Are you alive?
Are you?
Oh, I'm very much alive.
Well, good. Get your friends. It's not safe out here.
Are there more of you?
Hey, there's a few survivors. Hold up. Been trying to get them out, but most of them are too weak.
Weak?
Hey, you see. We need to get out of the open.
Look.
We look over to her.
Yep, and you see another person there with her.
So
She's got robes. Their sleeves are torn off. She's got robes. She has a warhammer at her belt, and she's just like, "Follow me."
it's a human.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And she's got her hair. She's got red hair pulled back into a braid. And she leads you around the hill, basically back behind the inn, around the base of the hill. As you get closer to the town square, you can hear a lot more and like shuffling noises. As you come around the hill, you see the temple of Halfdor, which is the god of the forge. It's actually the only building in the town that's in pristine condition. Hasn't been touched.
Interesting.
She basically takes you to a side door. She knocks 3 times, waits, and then 2 more. You hear a bolt slide back, and the door pulls open, and she ushers you inside while she looks around just to make sure that there's nothing following you. You enter. It's fairly dark in here. There are just basically candles burning in a few spots. You're taken aback because the elf who opened the door for you has bronze skin, which is different. You know, Catharis are all very pale skinned, and Dre are charcoal skin. You've never seen a bronze skin elf before. It just kind of throws you for a loop.
What are you?
What am I? I'm an elf. What are you?
But elves are white or gray.
Around here they are. I'm not from around here.
Where are you from?
Elsewhere. We don't have time for that.
Oh.
Yip jumps for joy, pisses his pants when he realizes that 2 of his brothers are here.
Huh.
One laid up and unconscious, and the other one sitting over him looks up, cocks his head to the side. Yep. Is that you?
Which of the brothers is it?
It's Pock. Pock
Okay.
is the one that's up.
So you kind of looks at him, he's like, Pack! And he kind of runs in.
These 2 kobolds just run and like hug each other.
You don't see that every day.
There's more of them.
I thought there might be.
What is happening? To the elf. What is happening
With that or here?
here?
Well, my companions and I, unfortunately Pock and Talk are the only other 2 survivors. We were tracking a Fomorian and his pet Bahir. Found them in the copper line. Managed to save some other people who I guess are from the town from being slaughtered by them. But the next thing we know, after Nesmith had his head bit off by the Bahir and we killed them, we left the mine to find everything dark, gloomy. This rot that you saw outside starting to cover everything. We entered the town and the demonic sites are best left to my own memory. But it's like the town was suddenly under siege from undead and demons from the void. As a matter of fact, if you can, I would avoid the old smithy. I'm not sure if it's still there, but there was some sort of monstrous demonic creature. We fought it off, and I believe we closed the portal that opened to the void, but I can't be sure.
The void.
It took it entirely out of tack, and well, she's unconscious now, or he's unconscious now.
I'm looking around the temple. This place seems okay.
Is he unconscious from exhaustion or is he wounded?
Exhaustion in contact with such an unholy place. He will recover in time. Aye? That's what you think. I'm not so sure. He's been trapped in a dark place ever since you made contact with that thing. He never should have tried to close that portal. He's not an archmage. Matter of fact, the only one that showed up disappeared. Some help she was.
Why have you not left?
I've tried, but every time we leave the temple... Well, now your friend here, and she points over, and you actually see the merchant Gendry. He's wounded, but he's unconscious. Like him and a few other people that are in the basement that survived, we basically boarded ourselves in the temple. They've been too weak to move.
I
And every time we leave, it's like moths to a flame with those undead.
I walk over to the merchant. You do really have hands. I give him 5 points.
He kind of, his breathing calms. He just kind of blinks open.
I walk over. Gendry.
Wren, where am I?
You are in the Temple of Hathor.
What happened? He kind of sits up.
You've been attacked by some monstrosity here.
He just starts kind of feeling his face. Where the gashes and the wounds are.
We found your cart. We went looking for you.
I appreciate that.
What has harmed you?
I don't rightly remember. I was tending to the horse and I got spooked and I tried to calm her, but next thing I know, I just felt pain as I felt like I was being stabbed in the side of my face and neck. I was thrown to the ground and the cart got overturned on top of me. My horse bolted and the next thing I saw was fists pummeling me in the face. That was the last thing I remember.
Fists.
Until now.
Fist sounds human, not undead.
Oh, make no mistake, dearie. They're undead. Door to where in the
Where did we come in? What side
side,
of the temple?
north side door. Small door on the side. Main exits to the southeast.
Sorry. I just want to make sure I'm
So
looking
main
at this
doors are
right.
right in the front of the building there.
Over here.
No.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You came in near the steeple.
Over here.
Yeah.
On the side or on,
On
the
the
back?
side.
So like here?
Yes.
Okay.
When we found him, it was a white, along with 3 zombies, just tearing into him.
A white. I look over at Wren. Now my duty is clear.
You don't mean to kill it, do you?
I am duty bound.
It sounds extremely dangerous.
He looks at the holy symbol on your chest. Follower of Athriel, yes?
Demorial.
Forgive me. We do not call him by that name where I'm from.
No slight intended.
The name's Lithanian, by the way.
Wren.
Mara.
Pleasure to meet you.
Your tired friend. Are there others who are more injured than him?
He's the worst. Everyone downstairs is in manageable position, other than Gendry. We've set most of the broken bones, and those who survived are down there.
How many?
There's 4 others downstairs.
And what's in the hills that way?
Are you pointing in the direction of the rest of the town, or...? No. That way goes back towards the main road.
I'm aware. But have you tried going through the hills to avoid the undead?
I've scouted the hills. The undead aren't the problem through the hills.
What's in the hills?
Giants.
Those are my 2 big problems. I walk over to the little... Which one is it? Top?
So, kind of while their conversation's going on, Yip had run over and hugged his brother. Sorry, was it Pock or Pox?
Pock.
Pock.
Yep.
So after he like exclaims his name, he's like,
Where have you been? What are you doing here?
Well, me and Tack have been running around with this guy Lithani. We met him, man, where did we meet him? Oh yeah, in Sarasay. He was fresh off a boat from somewhere that I don't understand, but, you know, me and Tack just started following along with him, and, you know, we're here.
Man, I can't believe I'm seeing you guys again. Like Mother's was always telling us about them, about their brave, adventurous sons and stuff. Like, man,
Well, that's
so
us!
long.
He says, kind of, hands on his hips.
yeah, it's as if Yip is like almost like lost for words. Like it's like me like his brothers had gone off like when he was really young, and his mother would always tell him stories of like, the adventures and stuff they'd go on.
So he kind of,
In your player's book.
in your players, he slaps you on the shoulder, and he's like, it's good to see you, Yip. I mean, clearly you're a hero too. Look at your friends.
I mean,
And he's kind of blushing, as much as a kobold can blush.
where's Talk? Like you said, you were traveling with them.
He's like, he just kind of over his shoulder.
And so Yip's face like visibly falls. Like,
What happened?
Well, there was a creature. I don't know how to describe it. It was like part tree, part demon, and these like scorpion hounds. They just came out of the void, all of them. We had to fight them off. Well, we weren't the first ones to fight them off. There was another group of heroes, but they're, well, let's just say they made a heroic last stand.
I look at Lithanian when hearing that. The void. These things came from the void?
Well, whatever came out of the Smithy's home was not from this plane. It had that same purplish, smoky black appearance as any other void magic does.
While they're talking, I walk over to the unconscious Cobalt and I do lay on hands again and give him 5 points.
Okay.
If it helps at all.
Mara.
How far is the well in the middle of the town square from, like, the front door of the temple?
From the front door of the temple,
Mm-hmm.
it's probably about 1,500 feet.
Mara,
Yes.
what they're describing, it is beyond us. I think our focus should be to save these people, to get out of this unnatural town. Any whites along the way, they're all yours.
She's very quiet for a moment. And she holds her.
Agree with Wren. I believe that we should help these people get out, but we need to go save the other three, and we can always come back here to see if there's anything that needs to be dealt with later.
Again, Mara is very quiet and she's holding her pendant, and it almost looks like she's praying.
Yeah, I mean, we ain't in much of a position to fight right now.
Does she hear from anything, or is she just now having to decide?
Let's see. Where's one of my percentages? There it is.
Oh, you're doing percentiles?
You hear nothing. You get no response.
Alright. Mara, takes a deep breath. You both speak wisely. The people we must save. I believe our new friend here She gestures to the elf. If we can help you get them out of the village, will you be able to get them to Raven Sorrow?
Yes, I can get them there.
How movable are the others?
They can move, they just can't move quickly. I set one of their legs, one's moving on a crutch with a limp. Best I could do with the healing I had left.
Well, I can do something about those. I still have 5 left, so I can.
So, we need some sort of distraction then?
I think that's the best plan we've got.
I will have to
Lithania
return.
just kind of
here.
nods.
I will have to return here.
Where?
Show me the
Understood.
2 that are injured. I will.
This way. And he basically takes you down a sort of back flight of stairs that goes into the basement. You go down there with him, and you just see these 4 people kind of huddled there in like blankets. A woman, 2 men, and a halfling. They just kind of look over. He's like, this is them. And you hear, hey, are we gonna get out of here sometime soon?
It's like Cletus.
I was sitting here the whole time, and you ain't got no plan right yet. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here, man. We can't sit around here. You all see them shufflers walking around up there? We can't do that now.
Why? Why?
Is he Boomhauer?
And Lithania just looks at him, Cletus, I need you to calm down.
Just one as the third one, the guy like, "I'll tell you what, Cletus, we gonna get out of here using the power of propane."
Jeez.
No. The woman just looks over at him, and Cletus, I need you to shut up.
Which one of them? Like, who needs to be healed?
Basically, the halfling you can see has a splint on his leg,
It'll at least get it.
and
it's a light, so.
the guy on the right who just told Cletus to shut up basically can't move his right arm,
Okay.
from what you can tell, because he's gesturing at him with his left one. And they're going back and forth now, and Lithanian's like, don't mind them, they're brothers.
I walk over to the halfling. If I may, I would like to fix your leg.
He nods.
Okay. And well, how many? 2 or 3 points for the halfling?
However many points you want to put into it.
Okay. Enough to fix his leg. So like what, 2?
Sure. I mean, he's still not going to be able to walk right, but it'll help.
Okay. I give him 2. And I give no arms dude. Before I do, does anybody look like they're really exhausted?
No, they look like they're rested at least.
Okay.
They just broken.
Yeah. I mean, the girl looks shell-shocked.
Okay. So I give 2 to the other one. I still have 1 left.
Is the redheaded woman still upstairs with us?
Rowena? Yeah.
Okay. Talking to her, I kind of pull her aside. I'm like, how many people would have to be helped to walk?
Well, someone will have to carry the little one over there, but I could do that. The only other person who needs help walking is going to be the halfling downstairs.
Okay. I think we have a way to create a distraction. Maybe to help everybody get out, and then we make a run for the main room to the west.
It sounds like a plan to me.
Once we get there, we have business to the north. The road south and west, it should be safe. We have provisions if you need them.
Thorford's not far, just across the river. I'll take them there.
Good. Then we have a plan.
Out of character, what's the distraction plan?
Moonbeam.
Yeah, her and I
That
talked
way.
about.
And then we go that way.
That's all we got.
That's all we got.
Okay. Will you fill us in on that when we come back upstairs?
Mhm.
Yeah, we're waiting for you guys to come up at this point.
I will be the one. I will bring up the rear.
Okay, guarding the retreat, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
Is Moonbeam like? Does it make a sound or is it just lights?
It's a
Light.
big, huge, like, cylinder of light.
It's purdy.
Essentially.
Okay.
So if anything, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck is that?" And they're
So,
gonna go towards that. Or at
40
least that's
foot
the hope.
column of light. I don't really have much else I can do. I can set something on fire again. But
Only thing I could think to do would be I have a bell and give it to the Thunder, and have them just shoot it off in the distance so it'll make a bunch of noise.
No, Lithanian could do that too. You could tie the bell to an end of
To
an
like an
arrow.
arrow.
And just fire it as far as you can.
Just don't forget about. I have divine sense, so when you do it, I can tell you what
something's
direction
moving
they're
towards
going.
us. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's stick to the moonbeam just in case we need that as a secondary distraction.
Yeah.
The people from the basement come up,
Okay.
ready to run.
when everyone,
We want everyone at the door.
I'm very last.
I ask Yip to go first in the shadows.
Yeah. So I'm gonna roll the stealth.
Yep.
15.
Next to Yip is Puck, who's got his bow drawn.
I'm right behind Yip.
So with the door cracked open a little bit, I kind of. Are there any bushes or anything in front of the?
Would I be able to sense through the temple?
No, he does work through walls.
Okay.
It's not too much point stealthing then. I pop my head out and what do I see? Just kind of looking out front.
Looking right outside the temple, nothing. There's nothing right nearby.
All right.
You can hear loud moaning coming from the town center, but that's about it.
Okay. So I kind of go out like further, and I'll say go out about 50 meters or so, just kind of like looking around to see what I see,
Okay.
hiding where I can.
Okay. Your brother follows. Again, he's got an arrow knocked in his bow, but he hasn't drawn it back. And you're both kind of like looking around. You can see a lot of shuffling over towards the center of town. You can also hear off to the distance to the west, back towards the inn, some noise coming from there. Well, you have to roll a perception check to see what it, to try to discern what it is you're hearing.
Okay. So did you say perception?
Yep.
All right. 12.
Okay. You hear moaning. You're not sure how many zombies. You know that the dwarven zombie was in the cellar. It could just be that, but you're not really sure.
Okay.
You guys haven't actually gotten around the hill yet to be able to see anything, so.
All right. I want to look past the hill and use the hill and whatever foliage there is cover, just to see like towards the end.
Okay. Give me another perception.
Not much better. 10.
Okay. The inn is almost exactly how you left it. There is one zombie life form. Can't really tell from here, but it's basically staring at the sign, and it's just like it just periodically like, and it just kind of like pushes the sign, and the sign like swings back and forth a little bit, and when it kind of stops, the zombie goes and just pushes it again.
Okay. I signal to my brother to just put an arrow in its head.
Okay. He basically draws back and the zombie hits the sign and it's like and just boom right into the post. So it's just like stuck there now, not moving.
Okay. Do I see anything else kind of around that way?
No, there's nothing else over there.
All right. So I head back with my brother to the temple, and I let them know that the way is clear up to the end.
Okay.
so at this point I'm going to go out and I'm going to turn and I'm going to watch everyone go out until I know enough of the people here are moving forward. And as we approach the inn, I'm going to try, I can do this 120 feet away. So that might be up toward the road, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
120 feet away toward the northeast.
Okay.
So that we can travel to the west.
Okay.
I think, looking at this, that we may be going behind the inn,
Yeah, you can get behind
and
the
then
ruins again.
go back sort of where we came, where we believe it to be safe.
Okay.
You're gonna have to guide us. Our map is.
So yeah, like I kind of like, I'm not at the rear because like she is, but I'm making sure all of the injured and all the people from the basement, everyone are
Okay.
in front of me.
Lithanian sort of he leads them out, along with Yip and Puck, and Rowena's got Tack cradled in her arms. But basically with a warhammer in one hand is essentially how she's got him like this. And then you've got Cletus and Ike and
The chick.
the chick who never got a name. She's in the middle along with the halfling, kind of like refused anybody picking him up, but he's just kind of he's getting it. He's moving it with his crutch. He's actually not as far behind as they were afraid he would be.
Still got that 1 point left, but that's be able to book it.
Nah, he's gonna take weeks to heal for this shit.
Okay. So you cast the moonbeam.
Yeah, we're all in position. I think it's good
When
time.
he casts the moonbeam, I give it a second, and then I do divine sense.
Okay. There is still nothing showing up on the road that you came from.
Mm-hmm.
But the town is lit up. You can see the mass moving towards the moonbeam.
Okay. I concentrate on it because it lasts a minute.
Give me a perception check while you're doing that.
Sorry, 22.
One thing you notice is that among the group that's moving, so the zombies are moving in a very particular way, right? Right. There's a couple zombies that are more skeleton because most of the flesh is missing, that are also kind of just moving very clumsily. But there's one undead that is rather big undead. And it's kind of somewhat dragging a greatsword behind it, but it is not moving like a zombie. It is walking steadily, but with purpose, with the undead towards the moonbeam.
In the distance, do we hear it saying "stars"?
No. But the one thing you do feel is everybody kind of feels the ground rumble a little bit, and a twisted mass kind of comes up from the far side of town, and you can kind of see it with the set back against the sky. It's this very vine tree-like creature that's just kind of looking at the moonbeam.
Okay. I mean, for what it's worth, anything that goes in it has to Constitution save for radiant damage.
Right.
But since I'm near the back and I've cast it, and Mara's near the back, I'd be like, Mara, it might be a very long time before we're ready for this.
I will still have to come back. And then I look at him and tell him, our way is the way we came is still clear. Go.
Good.
So Yip and Talk are kind of like a good bit out in front of the group, just like scouting, making sure nothing else is coming up on them.
Yep. Alright.
I go.
Okay. You guys make it back to where your wagon is stashed. The horses are kind of a little nervous, but they're still there. They haven't broken free of anything, but they're ready to go.
Okay. I take out a few rations and offer. Do you guys need this for the journey?
The halfling nods and takes it.
Yeah. And I'll start.
Starts passing it out. It's when you notice, actually, this is the first time the light's getting a little better the further away you come from town. Havley hasn't said anything. It's been a lot of nodding or trying to, like, point to stuff. That's when you actually notice the wounds around his mouth and his jaw.
Okay.
Do you want a medicine check?
Mhm.
Dirty 20.
Okay. Something forcibly went in there, and he sees the looks and just opens his mouth and points, and you see there's no tongue. And Lithanian notices, and he goes, I found him getting his tongue ripped out by one of the undead.
I'm assuming that we get our cart and we make it back to the merchant's cart, correct?
Mm-hmm.
19 perception, is that at all usable?
Yes, the merchant's cart is still usable.
Okay.
You would just take a sort of combined strength roll to get the cart flipped back up onto its wheels.
I look at Lithanian and Wren and Mara, and I'm like, we should probably try to flip this over for
So
them.
roll with advantage for Mara.
I rolled a nat 20.
Haha, sweet.
Roll a 16.
19.
I guess I could make it a group check.
23.
I rolled a 5.
Okay.
I rolled a 23 with a nat 20.
Alright, you guys kind of all, you find some large branches, you get underneath of it, and you basically, combined effort, you get it back up on its wheels.
The stuff that we picked up and put in our cart, I move over to the merchant's cart again.
Okay.
And then I hand him his pack directly.
He opens it and he pulls out a drawing. And he smiles, he looks at it and he puts it back. It's for my daughter, it's for safe. Keep me safe on the road.
Well, it worked.
It seems it did.
Will you still go north?
Aye. But I'm going to be a little more delayed. I'm going to make sure that they get to Tharford on the other side of the river first. Reprovision, get some new horses. Do you have the third horse with you? The one that you took, or?
I only said that I bought one, so we only had 2 horses.
Okay. So your cart can be pulled by one horse,
Okay.
just like his.
It was actually what I was writing to you was
I thought about it too.
should we give him the second horse, because they're going to have a lot more people to carry in the cart.
Wren, are you able to transform into a horse?
Probably. So
But an hour at a time.
Yeah.
I look at him. I believe this is yours. I gesture to the horse.
It is. Thank you.
I mean, in all fairness, we paid for it.
I look to the elf and I say, where we came from, Tamervan, right? Which
Right.
city?
Yeah.
Tamervan. There had been a rumor about Copperton, a survivor there. We didn't get to meet her, but someone survived and got out.
I will find them and let them know the fate of the town, and I will let the King of Temervan know that this is no rumor or story. But I'll get these survivors to safety first.
See that you do. Lithanian, thank you for your assistance.
And you,
And then, who else? That was just like the dwarf. The dwarf. Who else was named?
Rowena. She's
Rowena,
the
the red
cleric of half
Right.
And then, is Talk awake?
Tog is not awake.
So I guess then I would look at Yip.
Don't worry about your brother, little one. I'll make sure he gets to the right temple when we get to Tharford. If need be, we'll take him all the way down to Temervin. But we'll get him set right.
And I bow to the cleric, and I tell her, if it is not too presumptuous of me, I believe you have served your god well.
Thank you.
I go over to get, Yip. Your brother there's a pretty good shot. We could probably use his help.
And so I look over at Puck and say,
Well, do you want to come with us? I mean, where are you gonna go after this?
No, I gotta go with Tech. I gotta make sure he's okay. He slaps you on the shoulder. You got this. You guys are great heroes. I can see it.
Well, thank you. But we're not heroes just yet.
And all of a sudden you hear and she goes, oh, well, maybe I won't have to take him to a cleric after all. To a temple after all. Sits up. What happened?
so you kind of explains.
Tack!
Yep.
He runs over and he hugs his brother.
He's like, haven't seen you since, I don't know, when we left. Whenever that was. We've done a lot since then.
So Yip's kind of like laughing. He's like,
Man, it's been, God, I don't know, like 5 years?
That sounds about right.
Mother, like, always talked so much about you. You were like the rough and tumble type, and like all the like people you fought.
Well, I mean, I am a cleric of Malik after all. Gotta look out for the beasts. But, what happened? Nathaniel just looks at him. He's like, well, you got into a tangle with some creature from the void and managed to close the portal, but collapsed afterwards. That explains the really bad dreams. I need a drink.
So Yip kind of like recounts to Tuck like some of the stuff that he's like been up to, and just kind of catches up with him a bit with like the time they have.
All right. And while he's doing that, the halfling comes over and actually uncorks the bottle and hands it over. And he just starts drinking. He's like, it's okay, I guess. We've had better. And he hands it back, and the halfling's just like, and just turns around.
They're lizards. I don't know what to tell you.
So Yip says to both his brothers,
If you see Mom and Dad again, can you let them know I'm doing fine?
Yeah, we were thinking about heading home after this little adventure, and I think now we're gonna have to. Look, I'll pass the word along, all right? I'll let them know you're safe, but you be safe out there, all right? Yeah.
Yeah, will do. Oh, and if I see Mira, I'll tell her hi.
They both nod. And with that, they kind of gather themselves. They get on Gendry's wagon. He's got the horse hitched up, and he looks at Renthal and thank you again.
Of course.
You never know who you're going to meet along the way that's going to just thank you.
You're welcome.
He gets up on the wagon and turns the cart, and they start heading south. And after a little bit, they're semi out of view, just like a small dot in the distance.
We head north.
Yeah, rearrange the cart for one horse and take it a little slower, I'm guessing.
Yep. So, turn the right map back on. Okay. So you guys head north.
should I explain a little bit about like Mira and Yip's family, or do you want to save that?
No, let's save it.
Okay.
Let's save it.
But I was gonna ask Yip something.
Go ahead. You guys are traveling, so.
On the road again?
Yip, how is it your brothers managed to close a portal to the void? How strong are they?
Well, they were in the first clutch with my parents, so they left when I was fairly young. But from what my parents tells me, they've always been resourceful.
Resourceful is one thing. That's another.
organizers have a way of getting out of tough spots. Or tough spots.
Let's see. It's impressive.
Oh, Talia! With all the commotion going on, I forgot to give you this.
And he pulls out the diary that he took from the hag.
Oh.
I swiped it when we was running from the hag.
Thank you.
I always sees you reading books and the like, so I thought you might want this.
There's that resourcefulness. Still, it's a shame they couldn't come with. Could use that kind of potential.
Yeah, but I mean, with those kobolds, it's all about making your own way. You don't always have to go with your family, but you always know they're out there.
I am curious, though. You didn't exactly show him your sigil of the king. Not interested?
To be honest with you, I completely forgot about it.
It's just your primary purpose. I understand.
Well, I'm sorry if I forgot to show him my little brooch after running from undead and whatever that tree was.
Of course, of course. Everyone forgets things.
What was up with that anyway? I ain't never seen nothing like it.
He shudders. I don't know, but hopefully we don't have to go back too soon. I look at Mara.
She says nothing, but she's very clearly unhappy, and she is polishing her sword.
Mm.
You pull out that book. Talia pulls out a large, leather-bound book that had been on the hag's kitchen table. And you open it. And the first, I mean, it's recipes, right? It's just like, you know, cottage pies.
How do you serve mayo?
Cottage pies, puff pastries, that kind of stuff. But eventually, you get to the back section, which is earmarked. And there are instructions for rites and incantations for possession and commanding people. There are instructions on how to brew a deadly nightshade poison. So the recipe book goes from benign all the way up to turning children into candy.
That escalated quickly.
So, yeah, the first, 2/3 of the book, pretty normal. Last third, not so much. There's a really great recipe for an elderberry pie, though.
Is it made with elders?
So you bring out the book, and what are you doing with it?
Looking through
You're
it
just looking through it.
Mhm.
Okay. While we're writing.
while we're writing it.
Okay.
Wait, who's steering the horse?
I will.
He is.
Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah, if you need animal handling, just let me know.
I was just making sure.
Yeah, that's
because
fine. You can make an animal handling check just to make sure the horse doesn't go like nuts or something.
10.
So for the next 4 days, you're traveling north along the road. You never see another soul at all.
Oh.
No other traveler.
That's because there's only one soul.
I see what you did there. Yeah, you run into... You see some birds flying around. There's a vulture in the distance, goes down and feeds on a carcass.
Tumbleweeds.
No tumbleweeds, but it's just a pretty chill ride all the way up to the crossroads where, as you start to approach it, you can see the inn. It's a large, looks like 3-story structure. The base is stone on the outside, and there is sets of doors that basically face the road. There are, you can see kind of one of the stable hands just outside kind of cleaning stuff up. you don't really see anybody else around, but there's definitely definite evidence here that the road is used a lot.
This is the Goliath's hammer.
The Goliath's Hammer Inn.
Yeah.
To answer your question, you crack open the diary from the hag. You saw mostly what you saw. There's and benign entries about so and so coming from the town asking me for a poultice for this wound. There's a woman who, you find an entry about a woman who claims that she can't get pregnant, so she gives her a particular tincture from her recipe book and tells her, drink this and you'll be fine, or whatever. A couple other people come that she decides to keep as pets.
When I read the thing about the tincture for the woman that's trying to get pregnant, I actually refer back to the leather-bound book to see if I can't find it.
You do find it.
Okay.
The mandrake is used in that recipe.
Okay.
Now, what you know about mandrake, as we already established, is that it's used in a lot of death and undeath related
Thanks.
rituals and potions and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you suspect that while it might help her get pregnant, the child's not going to come out normal.
And the woman is currently pregnant?
Yes.
Okay.
And then eventually you find the entries where the hag is talking about Vandal's book. Leading up to the very last one, which is basically that she has the book and she's trying to understand the secrets within it because some of what she's reading doesn't make sense. She's never heard of this type of a spell before. So, you guys approach the Goliath's hammer. Your stable boy kind of looks up. Well, friends, are you looking to stay the night?
That we are.
Oh, I want to clarify. I don't share what I'm reading. Just FYI.
I'm mostly sharing that for the audience, is basically what's happening. He's like, well, you can bring your cart right up here. I've got a space around for the side, and I can stable your horses inside for you.
Would appreciate that. Stop the cart, get off the cart, and at least grab my personal belongings, but leave all the extra stuff up there.
Okay. So you guys actually have the map of the first floor. It's the one that has stables with horses on it. We've been pretty busy the last few days. We've got a lot of people here staying with us.
Any of them a band of merchants? About 20 or so?
Oh no, they rode by about 2 days ago.
Last 2 days.
Yeah, I saw them. They were moving pretty fast. I'm not sure where they were in a hurry to get to, or why you'd be in such a hurry to get to Crimport.
Said there's a lot of people here. We haven't seen anyone.
Oh, yeah, they all came down from the road towards Rockyat. They're in the inn, keeping themselves mostly.
Any news come with them?
Well, I don't know. They don't talk to me much. I'm just a stable hand.
Any news you overheard?
Well, I may have heard one guy talking about, what are they going to do with all those Dragornians in the Maw? And he kind of nods north towards the foreboding mountain range that's been in the distance for quite some time. And you all would be familiar with it from at least maps, if not having seen it in real life.
Is this where the dragons were kept who were infected?
Yeah.
Real quick out of game question: is it common knowledge that occurred? In the world?
It's more common knowledge now, particularly in this region. There's a lot of places where you could go south and west that would have no idea what you're talking about. But at least up here, they are aware that there is an infected group of Dragornians that were basically thrown on the other side of this fortress into the blasted lands that are up there to essentially either await a cure or die eventually from the disease.
Okay.
But most people don't
No.
know the. They certainly don't know the truth of what caused it. They don't know that it's magical in nature. They just know that they're sick.
Okay.
Actually, you two specifically would know that the Dragornians are afflicted with a magical curse that was put on them by the leader of the Crimson Chalice when he existed.
So we're clearly like right in the kingdom of, like, I guess the reaches of Arakia.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I give him a few. So I'll give him 5 silver. I don't know, for just as a tip.
Okay.
Um.
So he brings your 2 horses in and he gets them put in stables. You see, there's already 4 other horses here.
We only have 1 horse. We gave the other one to
Right.
the
You have
survivors.
1 horse. Sorry. I keep thinking that you bought 2 horses. I don't know why.
We're one
It's
horse
because
party.
technically we did, and then we gave one of them back without asking for repayment.
Okay. I thought my brain had him buying 2 horses in the town,
Right.
not just the one word. That's why I'm confused. But it's
I
fine.
got you.
1 horse. Put your 1 horse away. There are 4 others here. The whole downstairs, basically, that you can see as you enter, is just the stable level. There's a staircase in the back that goes up, and then you've got how many stables? What, 6? No, 8. 8 stables. I can count.
But 4 of them are full.
4 are full. No, there's 5 because he puts yours in one. There's a table in the back corner that has some of his stuff on it, and he's like, hold on 1 second before you head upstairs. And he grabs one of the books off the table and opens it. And he's like, I just need a name to go with the horse.
Wren.
It's a lot of. Is he like doing calligraphy?
Yeah, it's calligraphy. It's that plus some notes related to the horse. He's like, all right, if you all want to head upstairs to the inn, you can take those stairs in the back wall there.
Very well. And then head over that way.
I go up the stairs into the inn.
Okay.
I don't
Oh, that's the wrong perceptions. That's different characters. What are your guys' passive perceptions again?
17.
13.
13.
15.
Okay. You all notice it, but there is a basically like a trap door at the back near the base of the stairs. There's like a pile of hay on top of it, but it's not like it's super well hidden. You assume it's a cellar, but it's literally like built into the floor. By the way, the stonework on the bottom of this building on the outside, as well as the stone flooring, like right around the base of the stairs, is like immaculate, like perfect. So the masonry work is just like spot on. You guys head upstairs, and you're, just so you guys know for your reference, you come in at the top of the map where that staircase is like sort of half off the top. That's where you come up. There's a woman standing behind the desk, and she's just kind of like doodling on a piece of parchment.
This one, this one.
So turn it vertically. Turn that vertically. Flip it completely the other way. So that staircase up top. That's where you come up. The door next to her is closed, and there's another door along the side wall, and she just looks at you. Welcome to the Goliath's Hammer Inn. My name is Martha.
Do you have rooms?
Yes.
We will need 4.
Okay, I believe I have 4 rooms, and she sets her little doodle aside, which is literally just nothing. And starts flipping through some other papers. Let's see. There we go. Yes. She's like, okay, I will need names for each of the occupants.
Wren.
Talia.
Yeah.
Mar.
And then last request, although understandably You have one you're going to keep on you, but any and all weapons, please, we need to check them into the room there on the side.
What of my shield?
You can keep the shield.
And I hold on to the blade, the longsword, my holy weapon.
Yep.
But I do hand her the scythe, and I have left the javelins and the.
Okay. So she basically starts tagging the weapons with your names as you start handing them over.
And I very deliberately position my sword behind the shield so that it's basically peace-bound.
Gotcha.
Can I sleight of hand to try to hide a dagger on me?
Yes.
I give her a longbow and a scimitar.
Yeah.
I just have a rapier on me.
The 17.
Yeah. So you'll be able to hide a dagger of your choice. Choosing whether it's the fancy one or just another one.
I'm gonna have the fancy one.
Okay.
Because it looks scary.
You just keep staring at her. You can give her your weapon.
I literally just told you I hand you a rapier.
Sorry, you did just say that. She tags it.
Oh, since I'm hiding the fancy one, Yip is not trying to keep the dagger because he thinks he might need to use it as a weapon. He doesn't trust leaving it alone because it looks so valuable.
That's legit.
Yeah, he's like, it looks way too expensive to give it to you. She goes, okay, and how many nights will you be staying?
One.
Just one.
She reaches behind on the pegboard and she grabs 4 keys and she basically hands you each a key.
Is this out of character? Is this like a customary kind of like traveling in type of place? Like this is normal?
Yeah, you would say so. It's a little strange that you're basically being coat checked right at the door to you, but it's also the only building within 100 miles.
Okay.
50 miles, something like that. So you also don't think it's necessarily super weird that you're
Okay.
being asked to do this.
Have you had many incidents here?
Just a few. None recently, ever since we sort of instituted this policy. She's basically carrying the weapons over. He slides open the door, and you can see in that other room that there's basically like weapon racks all across the room, as well as coat racks and other things. And she basically starts, putting your weapons in very particular spots.
Can I roll a perception to see if I notice any specific weapons?
Mhm.
Like anything that's would be out of the ordinary. That's probably not going to do it. 7.
Yeah, you can't not, you can see where she's putting it, but you don't catch a glimpse of anything that catches your eye. She comes back out, locks it, and she's like, well, you can feel free to enter the common room.
I go in.
Thank you.
And she goes back behind the desk. So you enter the main room. Kind of a blast of heat hits you. There's a crackling fireplace on one wall, and it's flanked by a bear head and an elk head. You also see the reason why the inn has its name. Up above, on the mantelpiece of the mantle of the fireplace, is an enormous two-handed warhammer. Really a maul is what it is. And it's just mounted up above the fireplace. There are 2 chairs, the fanciest chairs in the place that face the fireplace. There's a small, ornate oval table in front of it. There's a man sitting in there, kind of sipping brandy in a glass. He's taking deep sniffs and then taking a draught.
Oh, so he's one of those guys.
He's one of those guys. Long blonde, like almost bleach blonde hair.
Pointy ears?
No pointy ears. But he's just he's staring off into the fire. There is another woman. There's a woman at the bar, the farthest left stool if you're looking at it. She doesn't turn around. She's just kind of keeping to herself, just drinking.
Where the bottle is?
Yeah, where the bottle is on the thing. Behind the bar is the bartender, and he nods as you kind of enter. Behind him, you can tell as the is the kitchen, because periodically you'll hear the chef, this is rotten, that one's rotten, no good, no. And occasionally he'll walk out with a plate of food. There's a big orc, and he'll set it on the table. That one's up, Eldrin, or that one over there, and he goes back into the kitchen. So Eldrin, the guy behind the bar, he grabs the plate, he brings it over to the dude sitting by the fireplace, and he just kind of nods. There are 2 Dragornians at a table, basically the bottom rightmost table. There's 2 Dragornians sitting at the table next to each other. Right there, yeah. And then back, lounging on the red couch. That is,
It scared me.
sort of in the alcove by the stairs, is a woman dressed in like a light blue tunic, like raven black hair, and she just smiles as you guys enter, but doesn't get up or say anything. And she's got some papers in front of her on the table, and she's just drinking a bottle of wine.
And that's it?
That's it.
So I go up to the bar and take a seat 2 seats away from the woman next to the bottle, and I try to get the barkeep's attention.
So the barkeep comes over. What can I do for you, my little friend?
You got any good fish?
Oh, yes. We got some in the other day from Dragon's Head Lake.
Ooh. I'll take whatever the chef's special is on that. Give me a pint of ale.
What kind? You prefer light or dark ales?
I'm feeling light today.
Gotcha. He walks over, pours you one, goes in. It basically goes back into the kitchen, and comes back out after a minute. Anybody else go to the bar, or is it just him?
I go to this table over here in the corner and I sit in that chair right there.
Okay, Aragorn.
Looking around, are there windows in this level?
Oh, yeah, for sure. You're up on the 2nd floor, like, I didn't put them on the map, but basically, like, the wall that she's up against, like, that whole wall has, like, windows spaced. There's some windows on the other side, near the stairs. And then a large window up above the couch that she's sitting on.
Okay.
I walk over to the fireplace. I want to examine the mole.
Okay.
I do give a slight nod to the gentleman sitting there and then ignore him as I just.
He takes a bite of food and just
I
kind of seems lost in his own thoughts.
I go over and sit next to her.
Okay.
I'm kind of looking out the window, seeing what I can see, if I can see anything.
From the direction you're looking out the window that way, in the distance you can see Dragon's Head Lake, which is just a major, but the rest of it is all farmland. This is basically like Rocky Yacht's breadbasket. There's just crops, you can just see them for miles. A few farmsteads dotting here and there.
Okay. After a few moments, Talia, would you order me food? I must go pray. Maybe don't get kidnapped.
Wasn't planning on it.
So, to explain, like every night probably that we stopped, unless I don't think we continuously moved the cart, he would have spent at least some time off somewhere in nature to pray. So that's what he's going to do. It's like a regular thing for him. So if anyone's paying attention, he'll go back outside to go do that.
So the woman at the bar looks over at you. She kind of turns a little bit. What are you drinking?
Apparently light.
I'd ask you to buy me a drink, but I already have one.
So Leaf says,
Well, it was a good thing, because I ain't got much money.
Smooth.
That's how you pick up women.
That's game right there.
Does this woman have a stone arm?
Well,
Ah!
neither do I suppose. She's just kind of keeps drinking out of the wine bottle she's drinking from.
No, legit. Does she have a stone?
Stone
arm?
arm.
She's keeping one arm under her robes.
Is she drinking out of a flask that lets her drink continuous?
She's not drinking out of a flask. No. Drinking straight from the bottle this time.
So then Yip raises his mug. Then after she said that, like, and he's like,
Well, then here's to poverty.
and he takes a drink.
She just.
Shit.
She's like, it's just like the other two kobolds. She takes a drink.
You met some other kobolds?
Perception check to make sure you heard her.
A dirty 20.
Okay, so you do. She looks over. Yes, I met a couple of kobolds in a town far to the south of here.
So then Yip kind of says,
Did one happen to be a cleric?
of was it Mulgren?
Malik.
A Malik? And the other was real good with the bow?
She sits up straight and kind of shifts her arm down but further into her robes and kind of turns a little bit to face you. Yes. How do you know that?
Can I do an insight to see what I think her reaction is? Like, if it's a...
Yeah.
Like if she's, like, angry that...
Roll it.
Or something.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
9.
You know, I'll give it to you at a 9. Suspicious.
Suspicious.
She's just like, she can't believe that you're pinpointing. She's just like, how do you know any of this?
So he says, so he's not gonna quite, he's still trying to suss out the situation. So he's like,
Yeah, I ran into them in the south too. We just come up from that way.
I see. Well, that's good to hear that they're well, and that they
Well,
made it.
I walk up to the bar.
Go.
Do you guys have stew?
He looks at her. He looks at you. I'm sorry, dear. In the war, he points to his ear, which is messed up. A little hard of hearing. Could you speak louder?
Stew?
Stew, yes. What kind of stew? We've got some pork back there, some chicken.
Would I know, like, can I order for you without
Yeah.
there being an issue?
yeah.
Okay. 2 pork.
All right.
You usually drink ale. So I get him an ale, but me water. And then I go and sit back down.
All right. He turns, goes back in the kitchen, deliver the order. When he comes back out, he's got your food.
okay. So while that's going on, Yip kind of says,
What do you mean made it? That don't sound too good.
Just that where they were coming from was in a bit of turmoil, so I'm glad that they escaped the turmoil.
At this point, I now come over to them, and I sit down next to them.
Okay.
Like, well, I sit down next to her.
Okay.
So in between the two of them?
Yes. Yeah. Well, he's 2 away, so yeah, I guess it would be in between them. I had him pictured different. Sorry.
so, and when she sits down, I kind of look over at her and says,
Hey, Mara, this
I
one's...
silence him right away, and I, without looking at her, I say, "What do you know of Copperton?"
Oh, it's a small mining village.
Small mining village with void magic and undead.
So you have been there.
Well, maybe we have, and maybe we haven't.
she just kind of looks at both of you. What do you want from me?
I want to know what happened. I tap my raven pendant.
And when I see her do that, I kind of like shift some mine's prominent.
And this, if anybody was noticing, this is the very first time I have ever shown the raven pendant, and I took it back away.
So she just looks at it, looks at you. So, you're the king's ravens, huh? Or at least one set of them.
We are one set.
Well, I don't know how to explain to you exactly what happened in Copperton or why it turned into a cesspool of undead. But I can tell you that the cleric bravely attempted to close the portal of the void, but let's just say he wasn't fully capable of it. It would have devoured him had I not gotten there in time to actually close it. The creature I was able to subdue, but not without great difficulty and exhaustion. And I rescued the most important survivor from the town that had to be whisked away as quickly as possible.
So then I guess I got you to thank for saving my brother.
I'm glad that your brother is well.
The survivors are all well. What little survivors remained.
And then Yip kind of tells her, like, who he knows made it out.
Okay. After Talia orders, does she go back to sit at the...
No, she's I'm having her wait, but she's at the very far end.
of the bar? Okay.
Yeah.
The woman kind of looks over at her. Looks at her for a second and looks back. She's like, well, I wish you all well. I'm going to retire for the evening. I'm rather tired. And she gets up without ever moving her left arm. Kind of grabs the bottle. Puts it on a little holster in her belt almost. And then as she walks past, let's see. You feel her slip something like into your belt. And then she basically walks up the stairs. You notice as she goes up the stairs, the guy in the chair seemed lost in thought. He just like kind of watches her go. I mean, his gaze kind of lingers on the stairs for a minute, and then he goes back to eating.
Seeing as how I spent 4 years at the college, I know who she is.
Yes, you do.
Okay. I was like, I'm sitting here like...
And when you pull the note out of your belt...
Well, I'm going to do that when I get back to the table.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Okay.
Do I notice the interaction or Talia's reaction?
No, neither one of you spot the fact that she... And I'm not sure how Talia reacts to seeing her. Does she keep a straight face? Okay.
She's used to her coming and going because she knows what her purpose in this world is for. So, if she sees her, she's just like, okay. She's resting between portals, basically.
A 18 perception to notice the room as she walks past Talia.
The two Dragornians totally ignore. You spot the one guy kind of watching her go up, but he doesn't make any moves after that, and he just continues eating and drinking and staring into the fire. Everything else is very normal. The barkeep is kind of getting drinks, ushering food out to people. So let's go to Wren real quick.
Yeah.
So you're outside doing your prayers.
Yeah. I wouldn't go far. Maybe on the back side of the inn, just because I like to see what's back there. And you said the lake was on that side.
Yep.
And then pray to Neotel. And, or however you say it. And I'm, normal, guidance thing. And I'm looking kind of at the base structure because you said it's like really well made.
Mm-hmm.
And looking to see if this looks subterranean. Like if it, because we saw that trap door, so I'm just kind of interested.
Yeah, you're not sure how far down the stonework goes, but you know that it's like well buried below where the stone wall is now.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing you notice that it doesn't catch your eye. It didn't catch your eye at first, but now you're looking at it more closely. The blocks are big. These aren't like what you expect, like in a human settlement or even a Dragornian settlement, where they're going to be a little bigger. The blocks are enormous, like almost like a giant like place. These
Or a Goliath.
or a Goliath.
Which he should be used to because
That's what I'm thinking.
Iron Wolves and
Right.
Knock and all
And
that
then
stuff.
knock.
Yeah.
Goliaths are few and far between nowadays, but at one point they did have a very large empire, like thousands and thousands of years ago.
Well, I cite the Iron Wolves because Enoch is the one that did the original structure for them.
So I guess I would think to myself that perhaps this was some Goliath structure that was built on top of.
Well, maybe just call it the Goliath's Hammerhead.
Like some ruins that were built on top of. It's interesting to him.
Well, you had asked about the mall when you went over to look at it. Sorry, I just remembered this. I never answered it. It's like a masterwork weapon. It's pretty clear that the smithing job on this hammer was exquisite, and you're not sure how old it is, but other than a couple of indications that it had at some point been used, it almost looks like it was freshly made.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't want to linger too long. I have that bad memory of the last time I left my party in an inn. So after I do my thing and look around, I go back inside.
Okay. Just to give Wren PTSD, comes in and no one's there, everybody's gone.
Hey, but Mara did not cut off anybody's head this time.
On Stephanie's character.
Kira.
40 guys running out of the kitchen.
And come out of cups.
Yeah.
Yeah, you enter. By the time you come back in, she's sitting back at the table with your bowls of stew and your drinks. Are you still sitting at the bar eating your food?
I go to join Talia.
Okay.
After the woman leaves.
I'm with Talia.
Okay. So you guys are all at the table eating.
Before they come back over, though, I look at the note.
Sure. The note just says, last room, end of the inn. Come after everyone's asleep.
Do I come?
Actually, it says come after everyone else in the inn is asleep.
Do I come in before or after they go to sit down with
It
them?
would be before they get food that they're getting and they come back to sit down.
Okay. So Talia whispers to me about Kira being here. And I'm just like, kind of in a hushed tone to her. She could help us.
I show you the note. I'll report to you in the morning, don't worry.
She could teleport us ahead.
Maybe.
Maybe.
For clarification, do you just show Wren the note, or do you show all of us the note?
Just Wren.
Alright, so then you guys join them at the table. They're eating.
I relate to them the conversation with the woman at the bar.
It's an interesting story.
I say nothing. I'm just eating.
So, your brothers weren't exactly able to handle the portal on their own. They had some help.
It would seem so.
It would take someone very powerful to deal with something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious she wasn't telling us the whole story there.
It sounds about like her.
You know her?
I'm not sure. He's just kind of like looking off.
Can I roll an insight check against
I
Talia to see?
Kick him.
Can I roll an insight check against them and Talia to see if I know that they know her? 12.
What do we need to roll?
Nothing. It's
Oh, okay.
a DC in my head.
Okay, gotcha.
You're not sure. But Talia, I mean, she's not giving anything away. You're suspicious because of the way how he said that, but you're like, I don't know, maybe he doesn't.
Alright.
So after I'm looking off, I'm like,
It's more of like a, maybe he's heard of her, like, type thing.
Okay.
sorry, just rumors.
Mara just stays quiet. She's not buying any of this. But she's not gonna challenge anyone.
So I want to do an in-character thing, but I want to do it with a roll.
Okay.
So out of game, I noticed the way she said everyone that needed to make it out made it out.
Mm-hmm.
I want to roll insight to see if Yep would just kind of pick up on that wording.
Okay. I got you. If he really understood the meaning of what she was saying, basically.
Yeah, like just, I mean, even just like pointing it out is kind of like a weird way to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way.
Okay.
Mara would have
Would
heard
you
the
roll?
same.
4.
Yeah. Okay.
Mara would have heard the same thing, though, right?
Yeah.
Mara, would I have picked up on it, or do you want me to roll?
I think you would have picked up on it. I think the reason why he's rolling for Yip is because Yip is so much younger. And
An experience.
Okay.
yeah.
Ah, thank you for reminding me of that. I'm going now.
All of a sudden, the guy by the fireplace gets up. He stands kind of abruptly and very loudly announces to like the entire room, "Well, I'm going to bed." And he walks on. The barkeep's like looking at him like, "What the?" The Dragornians look up from their meal and are looking at this guy as he like walks, and they're like, "What the fuck?" And he goes upstairs.
Yeah, totally unsuspicious.
Why did he just announce that?
Don't know.
He was watching the other one who went up.
The female.
Yes. The female who said something very interesting. And again, Mara's suspicious of you two, but she is not saying anything. And then she recounts the phrasing, everyone who needed to leave, or everyone who needed to escape Coppertown did.
That's what she said.
And she mentioned one specifically. The important one, I believe, is what she called.
It is.
And
I was at the end of the bar. I heard the whole story.
I then, whatever you do tonight, be safe. And then I leave, and I go to polish my shield. Because what else do I do?
She maintains her equipment very well. Do you go upstairs to your room to do it, or are you somewhere else in the common room?
I go up to my room to do
Okay.
it.
Sorry, I'm thinking of you polish your shield like Full Metal Jacket. Like, this is my shield. There are many like it. This is mine.
As you go near the stairs, the woman with the like dark black hair, I hope you're enjoying your stay here at the Goliath's Hammer. Have a pleasant evening. If you need anything, my name is Yennefer Vale. I'm the proprietor of this inn.
It is a lovely inn.
Thank you.
You dumb.
What?
You dumb.
I needed a name.
Nah.
It's not that Yennefer.
Uh-huh.
Richard,
Yeah,
okay?
sure.
She's not gonna like fucking blink out of existence or anything.
We don't know what kind of chaos magic she
Why?
has.
We lost 3 people at the last inn we were in.
We don't know what kind of chaos magic she has. She could be cross-dimensional. We don't know.
Yeah, then a bard comes in and starts singing about giving money to witches.
I go up to the room I'm staying in.
She says the same exact thing to you as you pass.
Is she a robot?
So I finish up my meal and then head upstairs as well.
She kind of looks at you and just nods.
Not a robot.
Fucking Grace.
More like curiosity, like, huh, okay.
Oh, look, another one.
Yeah.
What did your brothers do?
I stay up late again.
You end up being the latest person up.
I wanted to go sit by the fire and just contemplate.
Okay.
Because to him, it's, and this is the reason like he let it slip, is he's just very surprised that anyone he knew would be here of all places.
Yeah, so eventually it's you and the orc, the chef.
Mhm.
He comes out and he sits next to you. Drink?
Thank you.
It's my special reserve.
Okay, I think it's sweet.
It's delicious, like some of the best like brandied wine you've ever had.
I should have been drinking this all night.
Well, they don't usually hand it out to anybody.
Why, thank you.
It's rare that there's somebody up this late to keep me company. Martha always drools on the front desk, and, well, Yennefer and her husband Eldrin, they always go to bed. A couple hours ago, like they did.
How is it you keep somewhere so remote, well supplied?
Family connections.
Never
I have
had
family back in Guthrak that bring this to me.
Guthrak.
Yeah, the orc capital.
I thought as much. You never have any problems with delivery.
No,
Not with them.
not with them. Most reliable merchants in all of Athgar.
There seem to be certain criminal activities in the region.
You mean out of Crimport?
Indeed.
You pay off the right people in Crimport, you don't have any problems.
Who are the right people?
The Crimson Shadows.
You can never really trust an organization like that. But is that something that you would think is worth it?
I don't know what your, where you guys are headed. Most people coming this way are either going to Crimport or they're headed to Rakiat. I'm guessing you're going to Crimport.
Unfortunately, we have business there.
Well, I'll tell you this. Unless you've specifically crossed the Crimson Shadows, they're going to be your best bet in that city. They know everything that happens in their city. And they're a fair-minded group. Sure, you might pay through the nose sometimes, but they're your best lead.
Starting to think I should have brought more gold. Well, thank you. Thank you for the drink and the information.
Well, I'm headed to bed too.
I go up whenever he goes up.
After you hear the last of them, hi Murphy, head up the stairs and their doors close. You basically sneak out of your room
Okay.
and head to the end of the hall.
Mm-hmm.
Before you can even knock, the door opens and she pulls you into the room, closing it behind you. Talia, right?
Yes.
I thought I recognized you. You and Wren.
Yes.
What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the college?
No, we were summoned by the king.
Hence the Raven badges, so you're with the other two.
Yes.
So you were at Copperton.
Yes.
What did you see? Tell me.
A lot of undead. We had to save the survivors. Wren mentioned a big viney creature off in the distance, but we didn't stay long enough to really investigate.
Damn it. Alright, I'll have to return to the college. Here's what I need you to know. The man that was sitting by the fireplace is hunting me.
Yes.
He's here to kill me.
Mara mentioned that he was watching you very closely, and he made it very well known that he was going to bed.
Yes, I don't have much time. Here, take this. She gives you a scroll. In the basement. You know what I'm looking for.
Hmm?
I activated one here.
Where does it go?
Exactly where you need to go.
Oh, well that's convenient.
Well, I'd already been there and set a guardian up at that portal.
Yeah,
When you come through on the other side, you might be a little shocked, but that scroll will tell you how to work it.
Thank you. Wren wanted me to ask you if there was a way to actually just portal over there, but I was like, I don't know if she's gonna know.
Be careful, though. It's in the basement. Well, really, it's in a sewer antechamber off the basement of a tavern.
Okay.
So when you sneak into the tavern, try to do so inconspicuously.
How did you know we needed to go to Crimport?
There's a lot of things that I know.
Oh. So did you know that we're missing 3 people because they got kidnapped?
Yes.
Oh. Do you know where we can find them?
That I do not know.
Oh.
I'll tell you this much. Your big tall friend,
Yes.
you need to get him to the college as soon as you can.
I'm working on it.
First, I need to leave before...
He captures you.
He's not here to capture me.
It kills you.
Yes. And she places both hands on her shoulder. One's kind of heavy because it's just basically covered in stone.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, take care of yourself, you and the rest of them.
I can definitely take care of myself.
Be
The rest
careful.
of them I'm not so sure
Be
about.
careful in Crimport. But the only person that I know for sure you can trust there is the guardian you're going to run into when you leave the portal.
Gotcha.
And then basically with that, she casts a spell, opens a portal, like right where she's standing, walks through it. If you look out the window, like she's just down there on the ground and waves, and then she disappears into the night.
Archmages, man. Archmages.
I want to hit on something real quick so we don't get comments or tweets or whatever. Why can't you just teleport us to Crimport or into the Crimson Shadow with that portal spell?
Because it's not a portal spell, she uses a network of ancient portals for you to teleport. So you have to have a teleportation circle from one spot to another to actually travel great distances. The spell she used to portal out of the room is basically Dimension Door. It can only go short distances.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Just want to
I got you.
nip those tweets in the bud. Why couldn't the eels just take them around Mordor?
Exactly. I knew where you were going with that. Alright, so what does Talia do from here?
She goes to bed.
Okay. When you wake the next morning, you all come out. That room at the end of the hall, the door is basically open. The room is ransacked. And the other room, well, there's another room that's basically open. It looks like it was vacated in the middle of the night. When you come downstairs, you guys are up early enough that the only other people awake are the 2 Dragonians and the orc in the kitchen.
Are the Duranians sitting in the same table where they were before?
Yeah, they picked the same spot, and they're just kind of talking amongst each other.
I sit a little closer so I can try to hear what they're saying.
I would have got up early because I wanted to know what happened.
Okay.
I'm probably about up at this point as well.
Okay.
I'm already up.
Perception or investigation?
Perception, if you're listening.
10.
Okay. You overhear them talking about what sounds like their patrol route. They clearly have the Dragornian Empire's emblem on their cloaks. So your assumption is that they're just basically soldiers or guards that are patrolling this section of the Empire.
We all would have noticed the emblems.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not hiding them at all.
I would
Especially given that you're in their territory.
Yeah, no, I would walk up to them now that they know, like, I've had a chance to rest, but I'm no longer snippy. I would walk up to them and I would speak to them in Draconic because, yay, I took that language. And I would just ask them about the road and if any dangers have been seen.
He just looks, the first one looks up, and in Dracorni says, "Well met. I am Drogon, and this is Kelrith.
And I, Mara, a servant of the Muriel.
We're the southern patrol for the Dragornian Empire, where basically we usually stop here. This is our midway point between here and the river.
I can see why.
Our next stop is the Ravenwood, Raven Sorrow, to check on the people there.
The hag is dead.
Is she now?
Yes.
Interesting.
And her hut burned. You may want to examine the ruins. There were creatures that may have.
They exchange glances with each other.
One Dragonian scratches his chin and leans forward. You know a lot of specifics about what happened to the hag. Pray tell, was it just her?
There were. What was it, 4 or 6?
4.
6. I thought it was 6.
How many humans did she have?
It was 2 per. There was 6. It was 2 per. Yeah.
Okay. There were 6 enthralled.
But there were no other women of her kind there.
None that we found. We only knew of the one.
They exchanged glances. Watch your backs. She had sisters.
You're the one that had to burn the house down.
I know.
Hey, I'm not the one that went into the basement.
Needed the book.
Okay, you know what? Vandal's the one that let the book get stolen, so it's Vandal's fault.
So,
Can we,
You're the one that burned the house down.
can we just all agree it was Vandal's fault since he's not here?
I know.
Yeah, that's how it works. You're not here.
Yeah.
Grex was right about you.
So, she has sisters. Just, be aware. She was known to us. The sisters are known to us for the most part. They stayed out of trouble. We could never really prove anything to act without a large enough force to deal with it.
This is all in Draconian, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I just said, that's understandable. We did not have a choice.
Understood.
I do appreciate the warning. And thank you for the information.
They both nod.
Oh, can I roll perception to see if I hear this conversation?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not exactly being quiet, just so you know.
Neither are they.
The reason I specifically asked is because had I heard the conversation, I could have been like, oh, I have proof. But it's not in the language I speak.
Right. Alright, the chef brings you guys some basic breakfast.
While they're talking, though,
Yeah.
Huh, we have our own secret
since it was a loud conversation, I would be over to her. So what's going on?
There's a portal downstairs that will take us to Grimport. And I have the instructions on how to use it.
That's even better than I thought.
Right?
Should we tell them
When they're done speaking,
who it was?
we will.
I come over to them and I explain to them both the hag had sisters.
That doesn't sound good.
It's not. The two gentlemen there are very familiar with the sisters. Apparently, they've had to act upon their suspicions because they don't have enough information.
Talia gets up, takes the diary. No, she read it, so I can do this later.
She also handed them the cookbook.
No, I do not give them the cookbook. Takes the diary, walks over to them, and opens to a very specific section of the diary where she talks about the times that she took the people from the town. And she sets it down in front of them. I think that's what you're looking for.
They both look. May we take this as evidence?
You may. I've used it to my advantage.
Basically, one of them takes it, closes it up, and puts it in a saddlebag, almost like he's got it aside. He's like, "We will take that when we speak with the townsfolk."
Good. They weren't very happy with us about the hag. At least not everyone.
Not everyone believed she was a hag.
I'm sure that they weren't. You know.
There was also a woman what was pregnant over there. You might want to check in on her.
They both kind of look at each other like, "Okay."
Do you give them the page number?
That's a different book.
No, because Talia opens to the diary and she points it out. And then what she does is she writes down the recipe that she can recall from the leather-bound book, because that's not one she's going to give up. But she writes down the recipe for them on that page and then explains why that's an issue. And then that way they
just kind of, okay.
have all of it.
He closes it back up. And, yeah.
Did they say anything about the road?
They mentioned the hags and that they were the patrol to the south.
Not the way. Actually, it doesn't matter.
We don't need to take the road anymore.
So what? We just gotta fly there?
No, we're gonna teleport there.
Teleport.
You can teleport this whole time?
No, just since last night.
Is this the rumors I've heard about the college?
Yes.
The woman you met last night. She's
Responsible for the portals.
I had a feeling.
and we know her. We didn't want to call any attention while there were others around.
Especially since that man was trying to kill her.
If we see him again, he's very dangerous.
Anyway, she just starts eating.
Okay. Fucking weirdo.
The world's worst disaster.
It was pretty bad. I'm going to bed now.
Oh my god. Did he fail his stealth check?
Yes.
So once, as I'm eating, I am slowly looking at, like, I'm not making it, like, I don't want it to be obvious to everybody, but I'm looking at what she handed me to see, like, okay, is this...
Basically, she has notes on the top about, like, handwritten in the margin about where the room is, where the circle is in the basement. Essentially directions how to get there. And then the rest of it is the incantation for you to read while you're in the
Okay,
portal
so
and
it's
what
not...
to focus on.
It's, okay, and what to focus on. So it's not, like, I should be able to do this.
Yes.
Okay. Did we have anything in the cart that needs to come with us? Because we
Extra
might want to
food.
go clean that out before we leave.
We should sell it to the inn. We are rather low on funds.
If we teleport back here, we might need it to go back.
Well,
Well, we can always buy a new one.
if we have funds. Fine.
She's sitting on 180 gold, and I don't know what's wrong with the rest of you.
Oh, and so the when they mentioned that, Yip looks at Wren and is like,
Hey, wait a minute. Where's my change?
I explained earlier that I gave it back to you.
"Oh,
Yeah, but you didn't tell us how much.
Yeah, everyone basically spent 5 gold, so just take 5 gold off it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Cool. Never mind, she has 195 gold. What's wrong with the rest of you?
So, Talia, how are we supposed to get down there?
There's instructions on how to get there. And what room it is.
Are they just gonna let us walk down there?
I don't know. Has anybody made friends with the bartender?
We had a chat.
Yeah?
Seemed nice enough.
Well, maybe you can ask him.
If he says no, it'll be more difficult. Seems worth a shot, though.
Okay.
Someone should get our provisions. See if they can sell the cart.
By the way, to be clear, he was talking with the chef last night, not the bartender.
Oh, I thought it was the bartender.
I go to sell the cart.
Where do we
I
have
go
to
with
go
Nora.
in? What's the way down to the basement? Is it in the kitchen?
No, it's back down the stairs. Then you came up, and then through the trapdoor that's in the floor that you noticed in the.
Okay,
That's
gotcha.
kind of what I thought.
we can just go in it."
We should be okay.
How much did you spend on everything total?
22 gold.
22 gold. Okay.
So the proprietress and her husband finally come downstairs, but the chef is kind of at the bar when you walk over.
So I'd have been like, got any more of that drink?
Aye, up in my room.
I'll be looking forward to having it when I come back.
Headed out, eh?
Yes. And I have a question.
I have answers.
Is there any way we could check out what's in the basement?
You want to go into the basement?
Yes, I'm very interested in the architecture of this place.
Ah, yes. Yes, a lot of people are. They give tours to the basement. They don't charge anything for it. I keep telling them they should, but they don't.
Know anything about it?
Well, this place, historically speaking, was apparently a large Goliath watchtower. Long, long time ago. This inn is built off of what's left of the base of the tower.
I knew it.
I knew it.
But yeah, you're welcome to go down to the basement. Just tell William I told you to let him down there.
I thank you. William's the stable boy?
Yeah.
Thought so. So yeah, I turn around, I like Talia. No. William will let us in.
You talk to Yennefer about the card and stuff that you don't need it anymore. You're gonna leave it here. She's a little like, what? But you're traveling with. All right.
where we're going, the horse and cart would be more of a hindrance.
Fair enough. How much do you want for all of it?
22 gold.
All right. She grabs the bag that she keeps next to her on her little couch, and she just starts counting out the gold. There you are.
And I
William, the stable boy, will take care of everything.
I appreciate it. And then I go back and I meet with them and give everybody back their share. So now you have 200 again.
We need our weapons before we leave.
I just assumed that when you check out through the exit, that they give that to you. They bring it to you.
Because we were allowed to have our weapons in the stables, but I don't see why they wouldn't.
Right.
Yep. So yeah, when you guys walk out, Martha is at the counter again, and she's like, "Did you guys enjoy your stay?"
It was lovely.
Good, good. So let me get your stuff for you. And she basically asks for the tags that she gave you, so she knows who's what.
What happens if I lost mine? I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I've never really had that happen before. Yeah, she just walks over and opens the door, gathers all your stuff, comes out with the armful of weaponry, puts it down, and she's like, "Well, come visit again the next time you're in the area."
Could be soon. Then I just go down.
Okay. You guys go down to the stable. The boy's actually not anywhere to be seen right now.
Okay.
He's probably outside again, like, doing stuff.
Okay.
Being a boy?
And I'm just like, well, he said we could go. It's over here.
Okay.
Like I said, covered by a pile of hay, but it's nothing that a athletics check can't get the door open.
I mean, it's not even locked or anything.
No.
They give tours of it.
Yeah, it opens right up. It's a large staircase. This one is clearly cut out by humans. Just the quality of it is not good.
Not the same.
Not the same. And the stairs, the size of the stairs and the size of the opening.
I go down.
Okay.
And basically follow.
So you find yourself in like a large underground storeroom, like really big. Like by the time you get to the bottom of the steps, the ceiling is like 16 feet.
Nice.
So you follow the instructions, moving through several different chambers, and eventually you come to a wall, and like she instructs you, you just start kind of tracing a design on this plain stone wall that to the rest of you, you're just like,
That's cool.
it's a wall. But as you do, the wall basically dissolves away, and on the other side is a semi-cavernous room. Cavernous meaning like more natural cave walls as opposed to hewn stone. And on the ground, faintly glowing blue, is a teleportation circle. So the instructions she has basically tell all of you to stand in there, for you to recite the incantation, and to essentially picture all of you, focus on Crimport in your mind.
So
But what if we've never been to Crimport before? Like,
Just the concept of it
okay.
is good enough.
yeah, basically.
Baltimore. Got it.
So I explained to you all, like, please stand here and just think Crimport. And I start reciting.
But then I interrupt you. Wait, where are we gonna come out?
The basement of another building. Just, will you think about Crimport?
Okay. And concentrate.
Start reciting again.
Thinking about it, not great baseball team. Pizza worse than New York.
And then she gets to the end of it.
The circle begins to flare up around the edge, blue fire. Doesn't give off any heat. Doesn't hurt you at all. Kind of startles some of you who are not magically oriented or have never done this before. And the more she recites, the more the arcane runes begin to light up until eventually the whole thing bursts into blue flame. And you feel like somebody just literally grabbed you by your inside of your belly button and dragged you through like a tunnel of flame. And you pop out on the other side. You know, kind of holding it. You guys never traveled that way. I need constitution checks.
I was just literally rolling the Constitution.
19.
Good.
9.
Okay. So, Mara kind of, but manages to compose herself. Yip just hacks everywhere. As soon as you land, like all over the floor.
Oh yeah, I should have warned you.
It's better he doesn't.
Let's not do that again.
But it's the fastest way to travel.
You get used to it.
I was not expecting
anyone to travel through the portal that quickly.
Kira ran into us.
I can see that.
Who? What?
This is the guardian that's
This
stationed here.
And that's.
He
This
walks
is one
over
of
to
the
you.
Guardians.
Here, my friend. He passes you a small cup.
Alright.
Drink this. It will help with your stomach.
Sorry about the floor.
It happens to everyone. It is not. It's not a common thing to experience. To be dragged here by your stomach. It is not fun.
We make the intern to clean it up. You joke.
So, welcome to Crimport. Or at least part of the sewer next to the tavern in Crimport.
Anything we need to know?
Yes, assume everyone here wants to kill you or rob you.
Good.
Kira said the only person she trusted was this one.
I can think of maybe one more.
We actually.
The apothecary here won't kill you.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
what I was
that's
looking for
where
that
we
name.
need to go. Actually, we met someone.
Stone is a good man. Yes, man, perhaps. He's very big. You will see.
Wait, that's not the first time I heard that. Where is it?
First, you'll have to go into the tavern upstairs and mind your way out of it. It is, unfortunately, not a Crimson Shadows establishment. But
Right, so coin purse is
from
all
there,
inside.
head toward the gate. Stone's shop is very not far. It's a stone's throw away. No? Okay. Well, if you need help, I don't have much here. And he kind of gestures to the supplies nearby. He's like, but I also can't fight a city for you. I am not Gareth.
Where might we find coin pinchers?
Oh, well, if that's what you're looking for, you're in luck. They're on the tavern.
We're looking for our friends.
Out of character, as she asked that question, did we get here ahead of them?
That's my assumption.
You think you might have,
Okay.
because you just skipped 6 days of travel.
Yeah.
Even they were 2 days ahead of you.
I explained to him about what happened with the three, and explained that just yesterday they were only 2 days ahead of us to here.
Well, then I think you're early. You may want to post up in an inn, gather some information on who might have put the contract out on them, and go from there.
Are there any inns that are safer than others?
There are a couple. There is the Crimson Tankard Inn, which you can probably guess who runs and owns that one. And then there is the Bleeding Rose. It's a bit of an independent establishment, and you'll need to be more comfortable with, pleasures of the flesh. The ones I would steer clear of, well, one is upstairs, and the other one is the Black Lizard. It's over by the docks. It's a rather seedy place. It's not safe.
How unsafe is it in Crimport?
Generally speaking, you'll be okay. I wouldn't be showing off those. And he points to the pins on any of you that have them visible.
Mine's usually not.
Mine
So
is, so I'm gonna
take
go
mine
and
off and
yeah.
stow it.
I am making sure that all my emblems are well hidden and well protected. And making sure my coin purses are also.
Yes, secure those. Very, very good idea.
I also hide my scythe. I remove it from my belt and I tuck it in behind my shield.
Okay. Well, good luck.
I think we'll need it. I'm gonna go up the steps until I think that steps. I'm assuming.
Mhm.
Until I think that I need to try and be conspicuous. Then I'll just try to be quiet. So I'll roll stealth at that point.
Okay.
Um,
So, like you said, you're like literally like in a sewer antechamber, but nearby there's literally like an entrance, and it's partially cracked open. So obviously, this way is used by somebody because it's not really like a hidden door. And there's like a small storeroom on the other side, which mostly has like ale casks in it, and a ladder that goes up to a trapdoor in the floor.
oh. Okay.
In the room, using thieves' cant, do I notice anything that would be thief signs or?
Oh, all over the place. Every fucking where.
Before we go up there, maybe we should send Yip up.
Like, one of the big ale casks is marked, like, this is the good shit. Like, I mean, all sorts of stuff. Like,
Yeah. So I head over to the ladder, and I start to climb it.
okay.
I look at the trap door, and I see. Is there any kind of thieves writing on it?
Yeah, I mean, it just basically says, drinking this way. Is basically what it says in Thieves' Can.
Okay. Are there any locks on the trap door?
Nope.
Okay. So, can I roll a stealth to kind of like open it and look up?
Yep.
12.
You basically pop it up slightly. This trap door opens in like another sort of back storeroom. You can kind of see the kitchen. They have like a almost like beaded curtain between the storeroom and the kitchen area. And there's a couple dudes in there just kind of working or whatever. Hinge is well oiled. Obviously a thief establishment because it's not making a damn noise. So you're kind of peeking around the room. There's enough room for you to kind of get up here and like hide if you had to behind stuff. It's just like chock full of shit.
Okay. So I climb the rest of the way up, and I kind of like poke my head down at the trap door, and I signal like two people, and then I point the direction that they're at, and then motion them to come up.
I'll go up.
Okay.
I am the loudest, so I will go up last.
You guys climb up into the storeroom. The guys in the kitchen are literally not paying attention to anything happening. Their backs are to it. They're furiously cutting vegetables and stuff like that. It's still early morning, so you're not really surprised that it's a thieving establishment.
Mm-hmm.
There can't possibly be many people inside, and you're really not hearing it. There's no like raucous noises or anything like that
Right.
coming from the common room.
Thieves work at night.
Right. So yeah, you're gonna make noise trying to get out of this room because again, it's like a beaded curtain. There's like no way around it without like a cone of silence or something.
I'm letting old Yip do the thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a good funk on this.
Dramatic pause.
Yeah. Sorry, I've tried to think of a plan because I didn't anticipate the beads.
So all you hear is chop 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 chop.
So I go over, put my hand on his back, he's laying I guess down. And we're like, figure it out. You can talk your way out of this. And I'm giving you guidance, so you can add a D4 to an ability check
Okay.
for the next minute.
So I whisper to everyone,
Put your backs to the beads and act like you just came in that way. Oh, act drunk.
Okay.
Wait, you're telling them to walk backwards through the curtain?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never been drunk.
Act like you got hit on the head really, really hard.
It's basically the same thing.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm kind of like in the front of the group, and then I motion them to go for it.
Okay.
Rolled a 16 performance.
I rolled a 10 performance.
Okay.
And I'm not
18.
really initially doing a performance. Basically, I'm just gonna face plant in front of the kitchen door.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So, not bad for somebody who's never been drunk. Basically, you guys go through, and one of the chefs, a big, burly orc guy, looks over his shoulder. Hey, you're not supposed to come in through the back during the day. Treat it like a regular place. Jeez. Then he just goes back to cutting vegetables. It literally pays no other mind to you.
Alright, so Yip stands up and just like stumbles out of the beads.
I guess we all follow.
I forgot there were chefs. I'm not gonna.
I mean, you don't know that. They could have given a fuck.
It's a chefs and dive bars.
So you walk out into the common room. There's literally, you come out there, and there's a guy who's just like unconscious on the bar.
Sleight of hand to pick his pockets
Go ahead, roll it.
because it's his fault for falling asleep.
Yeah,
in the
roll
thieves'
it, roll
den.
it. The barkeep is cleaning, and he literally like lifts the guy's head up, wipes under it, and puts it back down.
15.
There's nothing in his pockets. The barkeep goes, "Yeah, I already cleared those out like an hour ago."
You know, we gotta try.
Can I look to see if he has any kind of emblems on him, on his clothing? Anything that would affiliate him with the gang?
Yeah, he has one you know very well. Because you have one. He's a coin pincher.
Okay. Nice. So is it on a clothing or is it like a tattoo on him?
He's got it attached to his belt. It's just clipped there.
Okay. I go over and poke him a bit, just see how asleep he is.
He goes,
So I motion for Talia to come over, and I show her where the tattoo is, and I'm like, "Do a tracing of this. We can put the fake ones on everyone, and we can pass ourselves off as coin pinches."
Okay. So she opens up her notebook and she starts tracing the emblem. Or sketching the emblem, basically.
the emblem is literally just like a thief reaching in with a thumb and a forefinger and literally grabbing a coin. They're literally pinching a coin.
Mm-hmm.
So Yip is doing this because he has not been in the coin pinchers for a while now, and he doesn't know how similar his is to what the current one might be.
Right.
So yeah, she does that. And then, how is this place set up?
Big open room. There are a number of beams holding up the second story. Kind of litter about. Tables everywhere. Most of them are like overturned at this point. Like there's chairs. All on the outside of the room. There's no other decor except dartboards. Which have obviously been used for throwing knives because that's what's still stuck in most of these.
I go to take the throwing knives.
The barkeep goes, "Hey, it's property of the tavern." I put him. He just keeps cleaning.
I'm just like, yeah.
Talia finds a table, and she just sits there, and on her arm, she goes ahead, like, just starts doing the emblem.
Okay.
And then once she's done hers, she grabs Wren, and she starts doing it on his arm.
Okay.
And then so
Same.
on and so forth.
Okay.
Actually, instead of doing him, she looks at the one that he's wearing. I'm assuming you're wearing or it's tattooed? Or...
It's tattooed, so
Okay.
for Yip, it's kind of like right here.
So she looks, and do you want me to do any kind of roll to determine if it's exactly the same? If I
Sure,
need
intelligence check. That's fine.
Okay. Like,
This is
let's
one of those,
roll low tonight.
This is one of those DCs where it's a 5, and so
I gotcha.
You know.
So yeah, so she actually looks at you and she goes, "Oh, you're fine."
Well, you never know with some of these.
Anything else we need to know?
So I kind of go through my spiel about what the coin pitchers are about. They're mostly grunts for other bigger syndicates. Like they do like kind of the sloppy wet work that needs to be done. Most of the independent ones, they pickpocket, they do basic protection rackets, scams, like run seedy taverns like this where they rob people.
So they're a front.
Pretty much, yeah. So they try to like remain like hidden, but it's one of those. But they're basically used as a buffer between the other like bigger syndicates.
It's literally like a loose collection of thieves. The only main organized part of it for them is that there's a fencing network.
Yeah.
That they can use. That's really all it is. There's no other organization to it at all.
Is Crux one?
Do we know?
Was that in character question?
That's an in-character question.
You know, I don't really know. All the jobs I've done with Crux was mostly our own stuff.
You spent a lot of time with him. You spent prison time with him.
You're not.
Do you really think the places we was shacked up in would give us the decency of a shower?
You're not a very good
What's
thief,
he
are
saying?
you?
I'm a great thief. Occasionally.
He's very inexperienced.
Full of potential.
There is one problem,
Mhm.
potentially. Will we have a problem going into other organizations with this?
Nah,
That's why I put it here, so that way your sleeve could cover it.
you can hide it if you need to, but most organizations are smart enough to know what the coin pinchers are about. And most of them know that most of us was too cowardly to do anything.
So I've been labeled a coward.
I hate.
The good thing is the ink will wear off within a couple days.
This is going to be a very uncomfortable place for me.
That makes sense. Well then, shall we go see Stone? Was it?
Talia goes to say something, but then stops herself. Because there's a little voice in the back of her head that goes, "No, you probably shouldn't say that out loud."
But I didn't know.
She was basically gonna go, "This is where you draw the line, but you chop the one dude's head off and run the other."
And I think we'll stop here.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna.
We've been running pretty long, so that's
No,
why.
we have.
Wow. It does not feel like that.
It's
It's-
10:30.
Yeah.
Oh.
4.5 hours.
So, will we be at a point where, I guess this kind of helped speed things along, didn't it? Because finding Kira in the portal was kind of perfect timing, right?
There you go, Shatter. We got here first.